Chapter 456, It's Female. Chapter 456, It's Female. Right then, everyone went to the cave entrance. The rain in the forest came down heavier. With night falling as well, they couldn't see into the distance at all. The expedition team all grew a bit nervous. Chen Zhao's group only treated what had been said like it was a story. But the expedition team members knew that there truly was something mysterious and dangerous here. Everyone held their guns and stared cautiously into the darkness. Woof, woof. Master, there's a really big cat. Big cat. Chen Zhao was taken aback. Was it a cougar? He stared hard into the darkness and indeed saw a pair of green eyes. Whatever. It's raining so hard. Don't go fooling around. Chen Zhao patted Black Maw and White Maw. Just then, the expediter with night vision glasses said, "Professor, it's a big cat." Everyone let out relieved breaths. But right then, something noisy sounded in the forest. Then they heard the cougar cry out twice before falling silent. The expediters all tensed up. That thing has appeared. It's here. Chen Zhao had quite good vision. He vaguely saw that something huge had indeed pounced onto the cougar. The thing was about the size of Black Maw and White Maw. It was probably white and had smooth skin. However, he couldn't see the details either. The thing was extremely fast. It pulled the cougar into the grass in the blink of an eye. The cougar was already dead before it could even fight back. "Johnny, Del," Chen Zhao said, frowning. "Pick up your guns." "Chen, did you see something?" "I can't say." Chen Zhao wasn't certain. After all, it was too dark and the rain obstructed his vision. He only saw limited things too. Professor Carlo looked at his team members. "Everyone, put on night vision glasses." "Professor, that thing's body temperature is lowered to the same temperature as the surroundings due to the rain. Even the night vision glasses can't discover it." Night vision glasses were basically heat detectors. If they were room temperature or close to the surroundings temperature, it would barely have any effect. Is there really a strange creature? Risvar and Del felt a bit afraid. "Do you still think we were joking with you earlier? Or said something funny?" Carlo asked seriously, looking at the three. "Professor, we can't stay here," Vanity said. "That thing seems to have a heat sensor organ. If we stay here, it's even more dangerous. If we go into the rain and lower our body temperature, we might be able to escape from it." "Take all our things and leave this place," Carlo decided immediately. He glanced at Chen Zhao's group. "What about you guys? If you stay here alone, it'll be even more dangerous." "Hey, these monsters probably really like your meat, haha." "Enough, Tyler," Vanity said. "It's not the time to joke around. Alright, kid. Follow me. I'll protect you." Tyler slapped his biceps. "Chen, what should we do?" "Follow them," Chen Zhao said. "I saw that thing earlier. It indeed doesn't look like a regular beast." Following the group was the smartest choice now. They didn't know anything about the situation, while the team was fully equipped. Following them was indeed safer. Plus, judging from the current situation, the team was willing to protect them too. So Chen Zhao had no reason to reject them. However, he also lowered his voice and said, "Stay close to me later. Don't leave my side, no matter what happens." Then he glanced at the other man. "Hey, you're Tyler, right? Lend me your knife." Tyler looked at Chen Zhao. He pulled out his knife and tossed it over. "Don't be too scared to use it later." The group started moving under the rainy night. Just then, Vanity made a gesture. "Stop, there's one up front." "No. It discovered us." Vanity fired her gun. Tut tut tut. Everyone saw a white shadow flash across the darkness. It was lean and agile and jumped onto a branch. Then it disappeared into the darkness. Vanity walked over. There was a puddle of blood and some skin fragments. It's hurt. Suddenly, a black shadow dropped down into the crowd without any warning. This thing was around 3 meters long, slender and thin with long limbs and sharp claws. It was like a human but had a thin and sharp tail. There was only a mouth on its head, nothing else. There wasn't a single piece of hair on the body. Its skin was white like paper. The people could even use the faint light to see veins under the skin. Before they could react from the sudden attack, the creature's tail already stabbed through the chin of an expedition team member. The thorn went straight through his skull. "Yua!" The man let out a pained cry. "Lint!" "Scree!" The creature made a very strange and piercing sound. Tut 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 tut. Every gun pointed at the creature and instantly turned it into a beehive. Risvar and Del finally realized that they'd really run into a monster. Professor Carlo walked over to check the creature's body. This creature is probably photophobic. It lives underground or in places with no light, so it has evolved to have no eyes or ears. There are 2 holes where the nose should be, used for breathing. It should have heat sensory functions too. "It's female," Del said. Everyone made a face. Alright, it was female. Scree. Just then, another sound came from the distance. The voice was thicker than before. "Oh no, a big one is here." Another creature appeared. Compared to the dead one, this seemed much stronger. Its limbs were as thick as a bodybuilder's. It also had a layer of white shell over its body. It seemed to be bone material. This was probably male. Its physique was clearly different from the female. Tut tut tut. The expedition team fired, but the bullets didn't seem to hurt the male creature at all. The creature just took a few steps back. Some of the bullets even created sparks when they landed on the bone shell. The creature disappeared in the darkness. Everyone felt a chill run up their spines. This creature wasn't afraid of bullets. Chapter 457, I Can Kill It. Chapter 457, I Can Kill It. Tyler turned his head and reminded, "You 3, if we start fighting later, stay behind me." Everyone in the adventure team looked nervous as they scanned around them, alert. "It's there." Bam, bam. There. Bam, bam. "Stop shooting aimlessly. We don't have infinite bullets," Vanity reminded. However, everyone was too anxious. As soon as they caught a glimpse of the monster, they would fire in that direction. Effective or not, the gunshots could at least calm them down slightly. Suddenly, the monster dropped into the crowd from a tree. Twice as heavy as its female counterpart, the male monster was much stronger. It grabbed a person with its tail and jumped back into the darkness. Bam, bam. Ah! Its skin was very tough. A bullet actually rebounded and hit one of the adventure team members. "Shit, Professor, we must retreat. We've severely underestimated this place. We only have information about the female monster. Didn't think there will be male monsters," Vanity said with a serious tone. "Professor." Carlo nodded. Indeed, a single male monster had already caused serious damage to the team. If they were to advance further, they might encounter more of them. In fact, they could not even handle the one monster around them. They could only rely on their guns. Now that the guns were proven ineffective, they had no choice but to retreat. "Someone carry Hadison." "Let's go," Carlo said. The monster had not only high defenses but also high intelligence. It was unlike the monsters they had encountered in the past, which would only attack them recklessly. Did you see? This is the kind of monster that we have to face. If you didn't meet us just now, you three would have become its snacks by now, Tyler said with a grin. Woof. Suddenly, Black Maw and White Maw barked to warn the team. Everyone fired in the direction they were barking at. Some sparks were seen in the darkness. There, Chen Zhao said, pointing in a direction. Bam! Now it's there. Bam! Vanity, do you still have bullets? Only half a clip left, Vanity said. Stop, stop. Stop firing. We're almost out of bullets. The male monster, which had been hiding in the darkness, also seemed to have realized something. It began to appear flagrantly in front of the team. The team was in deep water because the monster was standing in their escape path. Finally, the monster launched a direct attack. It charged toward the group. Tyler turned his head and shouted, "Follow me." Then, he turned and ran. He was already out of bullets. The three quickly followed him. The adventure team broke down before the monster. The monster dashed into the crowd. It bit a person to death, smacked a person to his doom and seized another with its tail. Shit, it's more troublesome than all the monsters I've met before. Tyler cursed. Keep running to the south. Do not care about the rest. Vanity shouted. You three, we won't be able to take care of you anymore. However, the monster caught up with the team. It scratched one of the members, who collapsed onto the ground and never stood up again. The rest only glanced behind them briefly, unable to care about their teammates. Not that they did not want to, they really could not. Thud. Suddenly, Dell tripped and fell onto the ground. Aw. When Chen Zhao saw this, he immediately turned around and pulled Dell up from the ground. But Dell's ankle seemed to be injured. He could not speed up anymore. Chen Zhao noticed Dell's swollen ankle. Get up my back. Kid, I'll carry. You're too skinny. Keep running. Chen Zhao did not expect the rude-sounding Tyler to offer help. Tyler had been belittling them, but now he offered to carry the injured Dell. Just then, the monster charged out of the darkness again. It ran right toward Tyler's back. Careful. Chen Zhao pulled Tyler toward him. The monster missed its attack and struck Chen Zhao with its tail instead. Chen Zhao quickly grabbed the monster's tail, but it was so smooth and wet that Chen Zhao lost his grip almost immediately. The monster was very agile. It turned and assaulted another person. Ah! There was another sacrifice. Fuck. Tyler wiped off the muddy water on his face. You actually saved me. The monster did not attack them to fill its stomach. It was merely seeking slaughter, or perhaps revenge. As the team ran out of bullets completely, it started to attack and kill them without restraint. Just after it had killed an adventure team member, it appeared again before Risvar. Risvar stopped at once. Chen Zhao pulled Risvar behind him. Kid, give me the sword and leave. Tyler shouted. Let me do it. Chen Zhao stared firmly at the monster before him. Stop making trouble. It can kill you in one strike. Nevertheless, the monster was very smart. It could probably tell a person's size. It ran to Chen Zhao's side and attacked him. Chen, careful. Risvar and Dell screamed. Tyler swiftly jumped forward, but the monster was expecting this. As it ran, it suddenly shot its tail at Tyler. Tyler twisted his body, but he still did not dodge the attack. His shoulder was penetrated at once. With incredible speed, Chen Zhao grabbed Tyler and pulled him off from the monster's tail. The monster looked at Chen Zhao, or, to be more accurate, faced Chen Zhao using its thermoception. Fuck, covering his shoulder in pain, Tyler stood up again. How can you still stand with such injury? Injury? It's not half as serious as what I usually get. If you don't back away, you'll be free food. Stand back and leave the rest to me, Chen Zhao said. The monster was too fast and slippery. Chen Zhao had yet to seize any attacking opportunity. Kid, you're going to kill yourself. Look at us. Do you think we'll be able to escape from it? Fuck, take out the sword. Are you going to use your fist? Just then, the monster attacked again. It pounced at Chen Zhao directly. Chen Zhao was indeed no match for the monster in terms of speed but in terms of strength. Chapter 458, One Punch. Chapter 458, One Punch. The beast was honestly too fast. Chen Zhao held his breath and raised his right arm. Tyler, Risvar, and Del couldn't bear to keep watching. To them, Chen Zhao was definitely dead. Chen Zhao didn't pull any tricks. His fist raised and fell. Thud. A muffled sound echoed throughout. The beast's huge body sprawled onto the ground and stopped moving. In that instant, everyone froze. They looked at Chen Zhao in shock and then at the huge beast on the ground. Tyler stumbled over. Part of the outer bone covering the beast's head had cracked, leaving a clear fist mark. The beast's skull was completely shattered. This was the bone that not even an assault rifle could penetrate. And this man just shattered it with a fist. This was too amazing. They were very clear just how terrifying this beast was. The dozen people in his group had gone through hundreds of battles but were powerless against this beast. But Chen Zhao had shattered his head with one punch. Tyler remembered how he'd kept mocking Chen Zhao earlier. He felt so embarrassed now. This was too shameful. The person he'd mocked was actually this powerful. Chen, how did you do this? Del limped over. By looking at the beast's state of death, he could see how terrifying Chen Zhao's punch had been. Chen, why aren't you moving? I'm fine. Are you hurt? No. Fuck, just how strong was this beast's outer shell? Chen Zhao had wanted to make a graceful punch, but it felt like his fist had slammed into an iron board. The beast was killed by his punch, but his fist suffered too. Chen Zhao estimated that at least 3 fingers had broken. Anyway, he couldn't move his right hand. It hurt if he moved it. As the saying went, you had to complete the show, even if in tears. Professor, we're outside the danger zone, Vanity said, panting for breath. Did Tyler get behind? Professor Carlo may be in his 60s, but he wasn't slow at all when running. After all, he was a man who explored all the ancient sites and had a talent for survival. He wasn't the fastest, but he wasn't the last person either. Vanity had an uncomfortable expression. She looked into the dark forest behind her. This time, the team had too many losses. Half of them were dead before they even got in. And those 3 too. Yeah, they're with Tyler. I saw that beast attack them earlier. Vanity nodded. Tyler is so stupid. They have nothing to do with us. Why did he give up his life for them? Vanity wouldn't feel sad if the others died. She'd at most compensate their relatives some money. But Tyler was one of the old members. He'd been on the team for more than a decade and everyone had a deeper relationship. Suddenly, there were vague sounds behind them. Vanity and Carlo shuddered. Had they not run far enough? Did that beast catch up again? As the noises got closer and closer, Vanity and Professor Carlo finally saw clearly. It wasn't that beast. It was Tyler. But right now, Tyler was being supported by Risvar. Chen Zhao carried Dell with Black Ma and White Ma beside him. Tyler. How come it's you guys? Vanity was stunned. Professor Carlo was also surprised that Tyler and the others could come out alive. It wasn't that he wanted Tyler to die there. He was just surprised Tyler was still alive. Where's that beast? He didn't kill you guys. Tyler and the others were speechless. Okay. I'll still congratulate you all for coming out alive, Professor Carlo said. Where's the beast? Dead, Tyler said. Dead? How did it die? Vanity was very surprised that Tyler could actually kill that thing. He killed it, Tyler said, pointing at Chen Zhao. Him. How is that possible? Vanity looked at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao had a good body and must have great fitness as well. But in battle, it wasn't like anyone with a good body and fitness could kill that kind of creature. To a lion, a lamb and a mountain goat weren't any different. So, she didn't believe Tyler at all. That's the truth. He shattered that beast's head with one punch. Not even an assault rifle can break that thing's head, but he could do it with one punch. How else do you think we could come out alive? Tyler chuckled wryly. He'd really misjudged this time and embarrassed himself. He'd kept badgering the true expert and ended up needing his help. Chapter 459, You're telling me that thing's a human's relative. Chapter 459, You're telling me that thing's a human's relative. Professor Carlo, what exactly is that? To be honest, before today, I've only seen them on a photo, a female actually. We didn't even know there are males, Carlo said, dispirited. Isn't that obvious? How would they reproduce without males? Dell twitched his lips. Anyway, can I hire all of you? I want to raise a female one as my pet. Everyone turned and stared at Dell like he was a pervert. Actually, even Dell felt that he was a pervert. Because, he was being serious. You better stop having that kind of idea, or I'll cut your D***ck off. Trust me, I'll do it, Chen Zhao said with a dark face. Chen, I think we should break up with him. Let's leave him on the mountain. Great idea. Chill, I was just joking. According to Chen Zhao's understanding of Dell, he was certainly not just joking. Dell would have executed his perverted plan, but it was really too difficult. Carlo continued, my understanding of the monster is only limited to a photo and a name that the madman called them, crypt demons. Do they live underground? Probably, Carlo nodded. Did you come here to see them for yourselves? Or are you looking for something? Chen Zhao asked curiously. Ha. Do you want to know? Yes, if you're willing to tell us. We've been to various places around the world. Many of the ancient ruins would more or less mention older civilizations, but most of the records were indirect. According to my investigation, I found out that some of them pointed toward here. I suspect this place is a ruin of an ancient civilization. You mean the Maya civilization? Chen Zhao asked. When Chen Zhao heard about an ancient civilization in America, the first things that came to his mind were the Inca civilization, the Maya civilization, and the Aztec civilization. Of course, as a foreigner, Chen Zhao knew more about the Maya civilization. The Maya civilization was the oldest known civilization in America. It was even earlier than ancient Egypt. Carlo shook his head. Not Maya. The ancient civilization, or more accurately, the prehistoric civilization I mentioned should have existed more than 10,000 years ago. I suspect that those monsters were degenerated or mutated from humans. You mean those ugly things? You sure they're the same species as us? Or a close relative? They indeed do not look like primates, but maybe it's because of environmental factors, just like Asians, white people, and black people. In fact, 10,000 years ago, all humans should have been born from a single mother, which means the three major races have developed over the 10,000 years. Under an extreme environment, there could be a fourth race. How are your speculations about the monsters and the so-called prehistoric civilization related to my question? Like what I've told you, we're an adventure team. We're searching for valuable items, of course. An item from the prehistoric civilization. Correct. What is it? Dunno. We don't have a specific goal, but if we can survive the adventure and prove the existence of the prehistoric civilization, we'll be rich and famous. This is also what we aim for. So, now you know enough about our work. Carlo looked at Chen Zhao enthusiastically. Are you interested in joining us? I believe that you'll become an excellent adventurer. Do I get rest days on weekends? Chen Zhao demonstrated perfectly how to destroy a negotiation in one sentence. While he was curious, he would not enjoy going into the woods every day and chatting with the unreasonable monsters, just like today. Anyway, Chen Zhao would not accept it. He was satisfied with his current work and life. The night was particularly long. Even though everyone was exhausted, they did not dare to sleep. After all, nobody knew if they would encounter another monster. The next day, the group packed their stuff and was ready to leave the forest. Chen, are you sure you don't want to become an adventurer? Carlo invited again. How much will you pay me? 200,000. That's pretty good. Indeed, $200,000 a year was quite high. But, would Chen Zhao even be interested? Goodbye. After exiting the forest, Chen Zhao, Risfar and Del parted with the three people from the adventure team. Chen. I'm glad you were there, or we would have died. Risfar hugged Chen Zhao. Let me go. I hate being hugged by a man like this. It feels so good to walk out alive. Del heaved a long sigh. By the time Chen Zhao got home, it was already noon. He took a long shower and then had a nice nap on the recliner. In the evening, Fei Lai returned home and woke him up. Chen, you look really tired. You want to continue sleeping? Not when I see you. Chen Zhao pulled Fei Lai so that she sat on his thigh. A, B, C, go and prepare dinner. What happened to your hand? Fei Lai lifted Chen Zhao's right hand, which was bruised and had some medication on. Well, we were hunting and we met an abnormal thing. Something dangerous. It was fierce, but not really threatening to me. I killed it in one punch, but its skin was really hard, so I injured myself. Are Del and Johnny all right? Yup, except they were really shocked, Chen Zhao said. Will we encounter such danger when we go hunting next time? We won't be so unlucky. There aren't that many monsters in the world. If we go hunting, let's bring Princess. She's the strongest. Then when will you be free? Let's go on a vacation or camping. Definitely not this period. I had 5 days of leave not long ago. Think I have to wait for at least 2 months. Fine. Chen Zhao shrugged helplessly. Just then, an underling approached them. Master, Madam, dinner is ready. Great. You can go and eat too. Please allow your humble servants to serve you during dinner. Chapter 460, Witch Killer, Herretia. Chapter 460, Witch Killer, Herretia. Inferior demons always fought over any available work. If work that they had a chance to accept was stolen by another demon, it was as painful to them as losing a $5 million lottery ticket. They would never miss a chance to show their value. Jared pushed open Wright's office door in anger. Principal, why did you fire me? He'd almost lost his mind. On the way here, he even felt like the teachers and students were all looking at him with mockery. He'd once been very proud. Now, only endless humiliation remained. Ever since he met that man, he lost all of his spotlight. Wright raised her head and looked at Jared. Why? Do you still need me to make it clearer? You attacked another professor, trying to hurt him. That's already a crime. She'd heard that Jared had publicly provoked Qin Zhao at his lecture. After the class, he even tried to assault Qin Zhao. She knew that Qin Zhao was good at fighting, but Wright had still lost her temper at this news. She'd fired Jared directly, removing him from the school's list of professors. But the one who's hurt is me, isn't it? Jared stared at Wright with twisted features. He even pounded on Wright's table with both hands. Chen was defending himself. I don't think there are any problems. Plus, you caused this yourself. I don't accept. I refuse to accept this. Wright looked at Jared. Don't lose your last bit of dignity. It will only embarrass you further. You think I'll accept this treatment? You think I'll give in this easily? Jared lost control. He slammed down on Wright's table. Get out of here. Wright wasn't easy to deal with either. Jared pushed the documents and computer off the table and yelled at Wright, What right do you have to order me around, you old hag? You damn old witch, what did that Chinaman give you? Why do you side with him all the time? Just then, Wright took a gun out of her drawer and pressed it against Jared's head. Do you want to know if I'll get arrested if I pull the trigger? Wright asked. Jared instantly caved in. He really caved in. He didn't expect that Wright would be so decisive and strong at all. He didn't think she would just take a gun out and press it against his forehead. Principal. Mrs. Wright. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I was too impulsive. Please forgive my offenses. Jared was about to piss his pants in fear. He'd never seen such a powerful principal before. Wright wasn't at all as gentle as she seemed. There was one thing that Jared got right though. In UCLA, Wright was a complete old witch. So embarrassing. You just had to lose all your dignity. Get out of here and never appear before me again. Jared fled out of Wright's office. The more he thought, the more unwilling he was. But thinking of how violent Wright was, he immediately got goosebumps. Jared was the type to fear the strong and bully the weak. But the more he was like this, the more unwilling he felt. Ah! He was suddenly pushed over. Jared raised his head and saw that it was Tiger. Tiger, you. Tiger glanced at him. Mr. Jared, how come you're shameless enough to be here? I heard that you were fired. Even your professor qualifications were stripped. You better remember that I won't let you live happily. Jared roared with clenched teeth. I won't forgive you all. Any of you. After getting into his car, Jared vented his anger out onto his steering wheel. Shit. A bunch of assholes, motherfuckers, you all deserve to die. You want to kill them. Ah. Jared was frightened to hear a voice in his back seat. He saw that there was a person sitting there. They wore a baseball cap, so their features were hidden. Who are you? Jared cried. Why are you in my car? You want to kill that Chinese man. Psycho, get out of my car. Jared felt that this was someone else who'd come to mock him. You don't hate that Chinese man. I do. You don't hate him. I hate him. He made you lose everything, your career and your dignity. I hate him so much. He stole the glory that should have belonged to you. He even beat you before 100 students and sent you to the hospital. I hate him. I hate him, I hate him so much. Good, very good. Remember this feeling. Make this feeling melt into your heart and you'll have a different feeling. Use all your strength to crush that man's heart, smash his head. You can do it. With that, the person got off the car. They looked back at Jared, who was already enslaved by fury and hatred, and a smile appeared. That wasn't hard enough. I should go get a drink to celebrate another successful transaction. Herretia took off her baseball cap, revealing her long, flowing hair. Under the moonlight, Herretia raised her arms and basked in the moonlight. I praise thee, mighty Lord of the Dark Night, King of Fury. Thank you for bestowing upon my power. Look, that girl is so weird. Don't get close to her. She looks like a psycho. Fuck you. Who's a psycho? Herretia realized that her actions were strange too. Whatever, she'd have to keep low-key. These stupid mortals couldn't understand her at all. In order to not catch the attention of these mortals, she had to stay down low. Chen, I think Tiger is recovering very well. He probably doesn't have to do rehabilitation training anymore. Chen Zhao received Gaia's call. Through the phone, Gaia explained Tiger's current condition. Chen Zhao had predicted that it would be these few days, but it was still earlier than he'd planned. However, Chen Zhao could understand this. Gaia probably wanted to start her fitness training as soon as possible. Alright, let's start the fitness training tomorrow. Can you come to UCLA in the afternoon? Yes, Gaia replied instantly. Then let's decide on a time and do fitness training every afternoon. No problem. What should I prepare? I'll decide what you eat every day. You can't eat any food or combinations outside of my requirements. Sure. Gaia was an expert too, so she knew that every coach had their own nutrition arrangement. If the athlete didn't eat according to the coach's arrangement, it could anger the coach. Chapter 461, Asking for Leave. Chapter 461, Asking for Leave. Chen, we'll start filming tomorrow. I'll only be free in the morning, Chen Zhao told Steven frankly. Fuck, you didn't tell me you'll only be free in the morning when you took my money. Fuck, you didn't tell me I need to be around for the entire day when you give me the money too. Morning is simply not enough. Maybe at night as well. I can't make it in the afternoon, Chen Zhao said. After all, he had promised to train Gaia and Tiger in the afternoon. It'll be cold in the morning. I'll have to pay more to the crew, Steven complained. Amon is worth paying more for. Fuck, I'll never work with you again. Steven cursed on the other side of the phone. Yu Wenhui watched as Steven called Chen Zhao. Recently, she finally understood how close the two were as friends. Steven would often mention Chen Zhao. Although his comments of Chen Zhao mostly began with the letter F, Steven would not even bother to curse a stranger or acquaintance. You're done for the morning, but starting tomorrow morning, you need to be here earlier. We're about to start filming the new movie. There will be a lot of work for you. Yes, sir. I'm going back to college now. Yu Wenhui packed her stuff and rushed back to the college. Because of the timing of her work with Steven, she had to apply for leave. Otherwise, she would probably be expelled. Yu Wenhui was unwilling to give up on both her studies and her job as Steven's assistant. After all, both were rare opportunities. Studying was clear. She had already spent more than 3 years at UCLA. There was no way she would give up that graduation certificate. On the other hand, Steven was a top-tier director in the world. Being his assistant was a very important work experience for Yu Wenhui. It might even become a vital part of her CV in the future. No matter where she chose to work in the future, her experience as Steven's assistant, in addition to a UCLA certificate, would greatly increase her competitiveness. Once Yu Wenhui reached college, she wrote a leave application form. Because it was a long leave, it had to be signed by the department head, as well as the principal. Yu Wenhui went to the principal's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." Yu Wenhui walked in. "Hi, doctor." "Right. I am Wenhui Yu, a fourth-year student in finance." "Hi, how may I help you?" "I've just received a very important job outside the college. The job requires me to commit a lot of time, so I would like to apply for leave for a month." "Wait a sec." Right checked Yu Wenhui's information on her computer. Then, she raised her glasses and said, Your results have been excellent. You're in the fourth year, the most important year. With your results, it seems likely that you can go for further studies and obtain a better degree. But if you go on leave for a month, your results and reports will definitely drop significantly. I'm afraid I can't approve the application. Dr. Wright, the work is extremely important to me. More important than your study. Yu Wenhui faced a difficult choice. She really valued both of them. Both a degree from UCLA and an experience as Steven's assistant would make her future CV shine. Yu Wenhui had just made up her mind when the door opened. Did I disturb you?" Chen Zhao opened the door and saw Yu Wenhui in Wright's office. "Fuck, don't you know how to knock?" Wright scolded. Yu Wenhui was stunned. It was her first time hearing Wright speak vulgarity. "Knock, knock." Without even closing the door, Chen Zhao knocked. "Can I come in?" "Where's my darling? Why didn't you bring Princess here?" "I can't be bothered to drive my RV every time." "You're welcome to come to my house to see Princess." "What? You want a 95-year-old to drive 40 kilometers every day to your house?" "Right, you have to drive 40 kilometers from home to here anyway." "No. If you don't bring Princess next time, I'll arrange 10 lessons for you." "I'm not free. I'm really busy with work recently," Chen Zhao said. "Just continue to be lazy. One day, I'll chase you out of UCLA, Wright said, displeased. Chen Zhao was unconcerned. Wright was just kidding. Chen Zhao looked at Yu Wenhui. "Ms. Yu, why are you here?" "Why not? I'm a student here." "Right, is she a student here?" "You know each other?" Wright observed Chen Zhao and Yu Wenhui. "She's my friend's assistant." "Oh, who's your friend?" "Steven, the famous director." "You've definitely heard about him." Wright looked at Yu Wenhui in surprise. "You're Mr. Steven's assistant?" "Yes, Mr. Steven is about to film a new movie, so I'll be very busy. I can approve your leave, but in the final exam, you must get at least an A in your major and 2 electives, or you'll have to repeat the year. Are you okay with that?" "Thank you, doctor." "Right. All right, you may leave now." "Chen, have you had breakfast? Let's go to the dining hall together." Yu Wenhui was very surprised. She thought that Chen Zhao was a gangster. But Wright said that he was a lecturer here. Was I wrong? But why are so many students scared of him? McAllen was beaten up by him, but he did not even dare to say a word about it. He seemed to be a close friend with the principal too. They chatted and laughed, just like he and Steven. Chen Zhao and Wright looked both like close friends and like senior and junior. Yu Wenhui thought that Chen Zhao had a really wide social circle. On the other hand, in her 3 years here, she knew only people in college and almost no one in the bigger society. When she returned to the hostel, her roommate Ritanna was about to leave. "Ritanna, where are you going?" You're back." "I'm going to the boxing club." "What for? Aren't you in the cheerleading team?" "The boxing club is expecting a legendary guy today. I'm going to learn from him." "What legendary guy?" Yu Wenhui asked curiously. Chapter 462, Player Ritanna. Chapter 462, Player Ritanna. You don't know? Ritanna asked in return, surprised. Do I have to know? Okay, you've been working outside these days, so you don't know. Tell me. This legend sounds powerful. Yu Wenhui looked like she was all ears. Speaking of this legend, I have to mention Tiger, the strongest boxer in our school. I know Tiger. Is the legend you speak of even more powerful than Tiger? He's Tiger's coach, Ritanna said. Disregarding technique, a coach doesn't have to be stronger than the student, right? Most times, the student would even be better than the coach. 2 days before the sports event, a professional boxer from outside the school, Ritanna said excitedly. He'd even received the golden belt before. He came to find trouble for our boxing club. Tiger stepped up, but the professional boxer defeated him easily. He was even badly hurt. Then that guy appeared. He sent the golden belt guy looking for his teeth with 2 punches. At that time, he only said one thing. I'll treat you however you treated Tiger, don't you think that totally hot? Yu Wenhui had known that Ritanna was a bit of a ditz. She could sit in the library for an hour and meet 3 guys she'd slept with. She'd meet someone who sang well, fall for him, and have sex. She'd meet someone who had good grades, fall for him, and have sex. Anyway, those were her tactics. Plus, she had a mature body, and basically no man could refuse her temptation. Her male friends were enough for a soccer team, including the replacements and coach. Okay, good luck. Let's go together. Ritanna pulled onto Yu Wenhui. You bitch. Yu Wenhui shook her hand away. I'm not going with you. Yu Wenhui was too familiar with Ritanna's ways. She was pulling her with for the comparison. Please, let's go together. You didn't take Mr. Shuj's classes these days. I took notes. I'll lend them to you. Yu Wenhui rolled her eyes. Treat me to lunch and dinner today. Okay, if I don't get a date with the coach. Along the way, Ritanna kept repeating her admiration. In reality, she hadn't even met the coach before. However, Ritanna had a good appetite. She could get down with anyone. I think Tiger's coach is like my destined man. I've already had 3 wet dreams about him. Yu Wenhui ignored Ritanna. They'd been roommates for 3 years and Ritanna had wet dreams every night. Her suitcase was filled with semi-automatic hormone vibration machines of various models. Simply put, they were masturbation toys of various functions. It was a euphemism to say that she was a ditz. She was basically a moving sex machine and player. Suddenly, they felt a breeze past their back. Both of them turned. Someone had appeared without them realizing. Professor Jared. They were a bit familiar with the infamous player of UCLA. However, Jared was from the medical school, while Yu Wenhui and Ritanna were from finance. They usually didn't interact. Today, Jared looked a bit different. His face was unshaven, his hair was messy, and his eyes were bloodshot. That guy came to school. Who? The one you speak of, Tiger's coach. Jared's voice turned raspy. Yeah, I heard he's coming today. Ha, Jared's face twitched. A strange smile appeared. Yu Wenhui and Ritanna looked at Jared's back. He seemed kind of strange. He looked kind of crazy and walked unsteadily, like he was drunk. It looks like he's going to the boxing club. The 2 girls were going there too, so they followed Jared along the way. At the entrance, a boxing club member stopped Jared. You still have the guts to come here. Are you looking to die? Crunch. Jared raised his arm and punched the student's face. Ah. Jared continued in. Ritanna instantly had an orgasm, her cheeks turning bright red. So hot. Yuanhui rubbed her forehead. What exactly were this bitch's standards? Ritanna immediately sped up to follow Jared. 2 other members came out. They'd heard the noise outside. When they arrived, they saw Jared and the member on the ground. Jared, you're still causing trouble at the boxing club. You wanna die? The boxing club didn't care if Jared was a professor or not. They all went up to attack him. Jared didn't dodge the members' attacks. The fists of the 2 members smashed onto his face, but he didn't budge. Jared raised his fist. With a right hook, both of the members were hit and sent flying through the entrance. So powerful. Ritanna squeezed her legs together, her thigh rubbing against each other as her breathing quickened. Ah! I want this man. He's mine. Yuanhui was speechless. She knew that this SL*T fell for anyone she met. Earlier, she'd expressed her love for the boxing club coach that she'd never met before. Now, she was in love with someone else, just because he'd beaten up 3 guys. At the moment, Tiger was in the rings, practicing with another member. Seeing a student fall through the door, Jared walked in. Tiger furrowed his brows. Jared, are you here to die? Ha! I'm going to kill you all. A few members went up immediately to pull Jared out. But Jared gave each one a punch. The 3 members clinging on to Jared were thrown out directly. So strong. I think I'm in love already. My heart has never been so fast before. Ritanna touched her chest, while her other hand went downward. Yuanhui grabbed onto Ritanna. She was afraid that the girl would do something inappropriate in public. This woman really dared to do anything. Stop! Tiger yelled. If you want to fight, then I'll fight with you. But Jared's eyes weren't on Tiger. He kept looking around. Where's that bastard? Where is he hiding? Call him out. I want to kill him. You want to fight with Coach? Who do you think you are? Do you even qualify? He could do this. Jared punched the wall next to him. A spider web of cracks appeared on the wall. Jared's fist was seared into the wall. Chapter 463, Kill You. Chapter 463, Kill You. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. What's that strength? What if he punches a person instead? Is Jared always so strong? Tiger frowned. Jared was clearly behaving abnormally at the moment. Cool, Ritanna stared at Jared, looking lost. Yuanhui looked at Jared in surprise. Although she was not attracted to him at all, she had to admit that he was very strong. Get out of the way! Tiger shouted. Suddenly, Jared sped up and charged at Tiger. Tiger immediately raised his arms. Pow! Jared's fist landed. Tiger felt an incredible force being delivered onto his arms. Luckily, he had been receiving physical resistance training from Qin Zhao and Gaia recently. He was now much tougher than he used to be. Tiger took 2 steps back, his arms somewhat numb. However, before he could stand still, Jared punched again. Tiger blocked the attack, but it was even more powerful. Tiger was blown backward, while Jared struck again. This time, Tiger did not block the attack and took a heavy blow on the face. Stop him! Realizing that Tiger was injured, the boxing club members immediately rushed forward to save him. At the moment, Qin Zhao and Wright were sitting on a bench on campus, enjoying a leisurely time. Just then, a few students ran past them. Soon, another group of students did the same. Why are they running? Wright was confused. Qin Zhao stood up and stopped one of the students. Where are you going? Boxing club. Why? For fun. Professor. Jared has beaten up everyone in the boxing club. Chen Zhao was stunned. Who's Jared? Although Jared had tried to harm him a few times, Chen Zhao did not even remember him. To Chen Zhao, those were only insignificant incidents. Wright frowned. Him. Obviously, Wright knew the conflicts between Jared and Chen Zhao. After all, just 2 days ago, Jared had gone to her office to make trouble. Right, who's Jared? Do you not know? It's the asshole that caused trouble in your public class last time. Oh, it's him. Is he here for me? Without a doubt. Then let's go to the boxing club. Chen Zhao stood up and stretched himself. When Chen Zhao and Wright arrived at the boxing club, there were already more than a dozen students outside. The two could hear some bangs inside. Chen Zhao pushed his way through the crowd. Excuse me. When Chen Zhao entered the boxing club, he realized that almost everything was broken. The members were also lying on the floor, injured. Tiger had been beaten up so badly that his face was covered in blood. Jared roared wildly, "Bastard! Come out! Come out! What's happening?" Chen Zhao stepped forward. Yu Wenhui was surprised at Chen Zhao's appearance. Why is he here? Just then, Jared also noticed Chen Zhao. You're here. You're finally here. Jared's face was filled with an excited and ferocious smile. It was hard to imagine how the once gentlemanly Jared had become who he was today. Jared, you've been fired. Why are you here? You want to get yourself into jail? Wright shouted. Old witch, you're here too. Great. Ha. Great. I'm going to kill you. Jared was even more hysterical. Everyone stepped back in shock. At the moment, Jared really looked unusual. He was somehow emitting an appalling aura. Yu Wenhui actively approached Wright. Dr. Wright, Professor. Jared seems weird. He's probably had some drugs. Please be careful. He's losing control of himself. Suddenly, Jared charged at Chen Zhao and Wright. Chen Zhao took a step forward and threw a left uppercut. Jared flew backward. Everyone exclaimed. They had seen for themselves how strong Jared was. The over 20 members of the boxing club, including Tiger, were no match for him. But now, Chen Zhao managed to blow him back in a single punch. Yu Wenhui was startled. Is he so strong too? Ritanna gaped at Chen Zhao, his eyes glittering. Him, it's him. He's the legend of the boxing club. Jared, however, stood up again and looked unharmed. Chen Zhao was surprised that Jared seemed fine. While his left arm was not as strong as his right, his punch was at least 2,000 kilograms heavy. Even a small car would have been damaged, not to mention a human. But Jared looked completely fine after taking the punch. There was something wrong with Jared. Just then, Chen Zhao realized that Jared was emitting waves of black gas from his body. Chen Zhao did not know if the other could see it, but at least he could. Ritanna stared at the two. Who do you think will win? Yu Wenhui thought about it and answered, Jared. Look, the other person's right hand is wrapped in gauze. I think his right hand is injured. Increasingly manic, Jared roared, kill you. I'm going to kill you. When facing the others, Jared was still slightly rational. But before Chen Zhao, he had lost all sanity. Hidden among the crowd, Herretia looked at Jared with her eyes glowing. She did not expect Jared to have such immense hatred toward her target. It was so intense, so powerful. Excellent, kill him, Herretia muttered. Kill you. Jared growled. Hatred and wrath were pouring out from his body. Chen Zhao felt as if the blood in his chest was boiling. It was where he had been hit by Samuel Logan. Chen Zhao felt something spreading out from that location and flowing to every corner of his body. The feeling almost engulfed Chen Zhao. He could not wait to fight Jared. Chen Zhao turned and glanced at Right. Can I kill him? Right also glanced back at Chen Zhao. No. There are so many students here, after all. Suddenly, Chen Zhao dashed forward, and Jared did the same. Jared managed to hit Chen Zhao's face with his fist. Everyone shouted in shock. Chen Zhao was hit. The boxing club members were especially astonished. In their opinion, Chen Zhao was invincible. Under any circumstances, Chen Zhao would not lose. But now, he was actually hit by Jared's terrifying fist. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao's head only moved slightly, although it felt extremely painful. Chapter 464, Shark Attack. Chapter 464, Shark Attack. Jared raised his right arm and punched Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao also raised his right arm. The two fists crashed against each other. It was like a meteorite crashing into Earth. The bandages on Chen Zhao's right fist exploded. Boom! The dozens of people inside and out heard something like a bomb. Next, everyone heard bone cracking. At the same time, they saw blood spewing out of Jared's entire arm. Ah! Jared clutched his arm and rolled on the ground in pain. Everyone's expressions were frozen. How terrifying Jared had been was still fresh in their minds. But now, Chen Zhao had actually faced him head-on and shattered Jared's arm. Yu Wenhui's face was filled with surprise. Chen Zhao's right fist was clearly injured, but he'd still defeated Jared. How scary would he be if he wasn't hurt? Ah! Ritanna suddenly shrieked. The next moment, she realized that she'd lost control and quickly covered her mouth. Ritanna, what's wrong? Help me back, Ritanna lowered her head. Her face was beet red. Yu Wenhui was just speechless. She could only help Ritanna go back. Just then, Jared suddenly stood up. Like an angered lion, he raised his left arm and swung it at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao inhaled sharply. He punched with an even stronger fist and smashed against Jared's chest. Blood sprayed out of Jared's mouth as he ricocheted backward. Chen Zhao tidied up his clothes as if nothing had happened. All right, it's over. Move on now. Can someone help call the ambulance? The audience hadn't had their fill yet. They'd thought that Jared was already strong enough. But after seeing Chen Zhao, they finally understood what true strength was. Herretia furrowed her brows at Chen Zhao. What was with this man? He didn't seem to use any magic. He'd completely used his own physical strength to go against Jared, who'd been baptized with fury. More importantly, Chen Zhao had even won. Chen Zhao glanced at Jared. This clearly wasn't the strength a regular person could display. Judging from his previous condition, it looked like he was under some spell. Right came over to pat Chen Zhao. Nice. I think you can be our school's sports leader. You can lead whatever sports event we have, big or small. After I become the leader, Chen Zhao said with a smile. I'll take care of the other team's leader first, so they start panicking. I'll hand this over to you. I'm old and can't take this bloodiness anymore. I'm going back to the office. Okay. Chen Zhao checked Tiger's injuries. It was all right. Tiger had been beaten up badly this time, but they weren't troublesome. They could heal in 3 or 4 days. Kid, can you stand up? Mr. Chen, I can. Tiger stood up with difficulty. He needed Chen Zhao to help him. This counts as your training too. How was it? Fun. Tiger chuckled wryly. Mr. Chen, I disappointed you, right? He kept getting defeated by others. The first time was all right. After all, Zanla Douglas was the golden belt, a world champion. But the second time, merely Jared was able to make him unable to fight back. No, I think it's great that you're not dead. Tiger didn't reply. Alright, I won't joke around. Your injuries aren't bad, but you have to remember this feeling. I might train you with the same intensity. You better prepare mentally. Just then, Gaia walked in. She saw the mess that the boxing club was in. Chen, Tiger, what happened here? Sienna, I have a question for you. What's wrong? I met someone today who was very strong, almost close to Evangeline. He seemed to have lost all reason. All he wanted was to kill me. I'm not familiar with this. I mainly focus on spiritology. Perhaps you can go ask Rupert or my teacher. They might be able to give you an answer. Help me ask. Chen Zhao didn't want anything to do with that girl Rupert. She was evil and greedy. Sure, I'll ask for you. Chen Zhao felt that Jared was under some spell, but he wasn't sure if it was aimed at him. The next day, Chen Zhao went to the pier with high spirits. He found a rental company and rented a yacht. It was only $4,000 for 7 days. He didn't want to meet a captain of a private yacht like last time. Not only did it waste money, but there were also a bunch of problems along the way and wasted time too. Just as Chen Zhao was about to start the engine, a woman walked over. She wore stilettos and a short skirt. Her hair hung past her waist and she wore a hat for the sun. Her outfit was very stylish. Hello, sir. Do you take passengers? Chen Zhao was surprised. Did this woman take him as the captain? Sorry, I rented this yacht. I don't take passengers. The woman seemed to be in a hurry, so then Chen Zhao asked, Are you going out to sea? I'm going to Gaia Island. Are you going to Mr. Steven's crew? Yes, yes. You know Mr. Steven's crew is at Gaia Island. The woman was very happy. I'm going there too. If you don't mind, we can go together. Okay, thank you. The woman got on and Chen Zhao started the engine. Are you an actress? Yes. My name is Herretia. What is your name? You can call me Chin. I'm part of the crew. The yacht cruised among the waves. Herretia lay in the back seat, her hand trailing in the water. Chen Zhao was controlling the steering wheel. He chatted with Herretia now and then. Lord of all in the water, listen to my calling. Feast upon my offering to you. Just then, countless fins poked out of the water behind the yacht. They were the most vicious carnivores of the sea, sharks. But Chen Zhao didn't notice the group of sharks in the back. He didn't need to control the yacht either. He put it on autopilot and it would go according to the set direction. Miss Herretia, you don't look well. Do you feel uncomfortable? No. I might not have slept well last night. Chen Zhao suddenly saw a huge figure jump out of the sea and chase after the yacht. A shark. And more than one. This was strange. How could there be sharks here? After all, Amon was right behind. Amon was the true lord of the sea here. Even though he was a demon, he had all the characteristics of a killer whale. And killer whales were the best weapon for driving away sharks. Even humans would spray some artificial killer whale hormones onto the beach to prevent sharks from invading. How could these sharks dare to get close? Chapter 465, What's the use of just one killer whale? Chapter 465, what's the use of just one killer whale? A cold smile appeared on Herretia's face, but it disappeared almost immediately and was replaced by fear. Oh no, there are so many sharks. Don't worry. They can't hurt us. Chen Zhao was not worried at all. But our speedboat is so small. What if they hit and overturn us? They won't be able to hit us, Chen Zhao said calmly. I have a pet killer whale that is behind them. Herretia sneered silently. Killer whale? What's the use of just one killer whale? There are more than a dozen adult great white sharks behind. Even if you have a killer whale, the sharks can still eat you alive. Suddenly, a water pillar erupted behind the speedboat. Then, a giant leaped out of the sea with a 5-meter-long shark in its mouth. Herretia's eyes widened. What is that? That's a killer whale. Really? I'm not very educated, but stop lying to me. The killer whale was at least 4 times as long and 10 times as heavy as an ordinary killer whale. Before this particular killer whale, the great white sharks looked like a group of cats before an African lion. Attacking the killer whale with these sharks. Actually, Herretia was precisely doing so. But the killer whale swallowed the sharks one after another. Herretia was convinced that she was merely feeding the killer whale. Herretia felt very upset. She had spent so much magical power just to summon food for her target. The plot should have been different. Miss Herretia, you look really pale. No. I was just shocked. I'm fine now. In her mind, Herretia roared, my magical power. She would not be able to recover for a few days. The more she thought about how she fed the killer whale with her power, the more depressed she became. The speedboat was about to reach its destination. From afar, they could already see the crew filming on the beach. Mr. Chen, you're finally here. Mr. Stephen has been angry a few times already. Quickly, follow me. Right. Chen Zhao jumped off the boat and helped Herretia to alight too. She is. Isn't she an actress here? Hi, I'm from Trista Management. I'm acting as the woman beside the Mexican gang leader, Herretia said. She had put in a lot of effort in order to get close to Chen Zhao. On the surface, she was an actress for the movie. Oh, follow me. James looked at Herretia again. To be honest, Herretia was indeed beautiful, which made her suitable for the superficial role. James led the way. Soon, they could hear Stephen's voice in front. When Chen Zhao reached the filming location, James suddenly threw himself on the beach. James, what are you doing? Then, everyone in the crew took out a cake and flung it at Chen Zhao. Stephen was the most cheerful one, of course. Hit him. We have to start work so early because of him. Fuck. Old asshole, I'm going to kill you. Stephen turned around and fled. With his clothing in a mess, Chen Zhao chased after Stephen in rage. Do you know how much my clothes cost? Why are you so childish? Fuck. I had to wake up so early because of you. It's your punishment. Fortunately, it did not last long. Very soon, Chen Zhao and Stephen began to work. Only secondary scenes would be filmed today. The actors present were mostly bit-part actors or extras, with almost no leads. Moreover, all the acting would be centered around Amon. Stephen planned to film scenes that involved interactions between Amon and the other actors first. It was estimated to take around a week. In fact, it would be an important part of the movie. Terry, Amon will bring you into the sea later. Are you ready? Stephen asked. Yes sir, I'm ready. Once Stephen started working, he would become totally serious and strict. Terry was a stuntman. He would play as a gangster in the movie. In the plot, he would fall into the sea during a fight and be dragged by Amon into the deep sea. Chen, is Amon ready? Yes. Mr. Terry, you need protective pads for areas below your waist. Although Amon won't actually bite you, you might still be injured. Got it. Mr. Chen, my life is in your hands. Chen, wear diving equipment and help me to film some scenes in the sea, Steven said. Fuck, do I get paid extra? Nope, it's part of the punishment. It was rather cold in the morning, especially in the sea. It felt really uncomfortable. However, since the other underwater cameraman could manage it, so could Chen Zhao. The scene was very difficult to capture. It had to be filmed from different angles by 3 cameramen on the surface and 6 underwater cameramen. Such a stunt scene was usually pretty dangerous. Therefore, most filmmakers would create it with CGI. Nevertheless, the 2-minute scene would cost about $2 million to make. After editing, it would only be around 40 seconds long in the actual movie. This was clearly too costly for the mid-budget movie. Furthermore, CGI would definitely be less impressive than filming the real thing. All in all, Steven decided to do the actual filming, provided safety was guaranteed. If something unfortunate were to happen, the filmmaker had to pay at least a few $1 million. After his interactions with Chen Zhao and Amon, Steven was certain that Amon was safe. Only then did he decide to be bold and perform actual filming. Number 3, get ready for Terry's close-up. Battle on the Sea, Scene 1, Take 1. Ready, action. Terry fell backward into the sea. Just then, Amon jumped out and bit Terry's lower body, after which they disappeared into the water. Everyone in the crew broke out in cold sweat. Is it really fine? That was an enormous beast. All the cameramen, both on the surface and underwater, filmed the scene. Chen Zhao was also in the water, holding a camera. At the same time, he had to ensure that nothing would go wrong. On the other hand, Steven stood on the deck, watching the captured shots. Okay, cut, that's great. Terry also heard Steven's voice from his earpiece. In the water, he patted Amon's mouth. Amon released him. By then, Terry was already more than 30 meters underwater and needed some time to return to the surface. Amon used his head to lift Terry so that he could return sooner. In fact, before the filming, Terry had been super nervous as well. He had to work with an animal, after all. After they began, he realized that he had been worried for nothing. In the end, Amon even helped him. Chapter 466, James' Request. Chapter 466, James' Request. Terry, great job. This scene was done great. Steven patted Terry's shoulder for encouragement when he got back on land. Terry was a very professional actor. Steven didn't mind giving more scenes to actors like this. Thank you, sir. It's Amon who cooperated with me well. Of course. It gets paid 10 times more than you. Terry chuckled wryly. Can we not talk about this? Terry was only a stuntsman. There were many like him in Hollywood. However, there wasn't a second killer whale like Amon in the world. Take a break and get ready for the second shot. The morning shooting went successfully. Any scene that had Amon only needed one take. Chen Zhao and Steven were currently drinking a bottle of beer on the deck. Just then, James walked over. Mr. Steven, Mr. Chen, can I say something? Chen Zhao glanced at Steven. He wasn't sure why James had come. Though they knew each other, they weren't friends. Sure, come, Steven said. Say whatever you want before Chen. It seemed that Steven knew what James wanted to say and supported him. Hello, Mr. Chen. James, we've known each other for a while. Just speak straightforwardly. I heard that PLM is currently preparing another movie, but the director isn't decided yet. I want to compete for the position. I hope you can help recommend me. Me? Chen Zhao asked. I'm close to Rasfa, but I never get into his work. Chen, PLM's new project is related to you, Steven said. It's the story of your pets protecting the supermarket in Sacramento. They'll definitely need to borrow your pets later, so you definitely have a say in this movie. Chen Zhao thought about it and asked Steven, you think James is suitable? He's quite talented and has very good basic skills. He just hasn't completed a movie by himself before. PLM's new project is a mid-level movie. The investments are a bit lower than the movie we're shooting now. It's good for James to try. If he succeeds, then he can upgrade to an official director. If he fails, then he'll forever be under me. It's that simple. So you support James. This asshole will fool around sometimes, but he still has the skills. He's followed me for more than 10 years. I hope he can have an opportunity like this. Okay, I'll tell Rasfa, but I can't promise if I'll be successful or not. James was overjoyed. He immediately said, no matter what, I'll still be grateful, Mr. Chen. Okay, do your current work well. Don't think too far ahead. You'll be in charge of the few shots on the boat in the afternoon. I understand, Mr. Steven. To James, he'd already succeeded halfway if Chen Zhao and Steven were willing to help. Chen, when are you free? We can come out to sea with Rasfa. Us two can find many pretty girls. Do you have time now? Wait until I'm done shooting, Steven said. They were shooting a movie now, after all. He couldn't leave halfway through to go have fun. Then we'll talk after you're done. Hi, Mr. Chen, can you please give me a ride back? Fine. Chen Zhao pulled Herretia onto the yacht. You finished filming everything. I'm only a minor character with a few minutes of screen time. It ended in 4 or 5 scenes. Herretia didn't cause any more trouble on the way back. After all, she'd used up 80% of her magic and still hadn't recovered fully. She wasn't confident in fighting Chen Zhao now. There was a killer whale hiding in the sea, let alone other things. With Chen Zhao's one command, it could swallow her and the yacht whole. After all, she'd been at the film site. She saw how good Chen Zhao was at controlling the killer whale. Herretia suspected that Chen Zhao cast a spell on the killer whale, so it grew to that size. At the pier, Chen Zhao took Herretia to land and then steered the yacht away. Because he'd rented the yacht for a week, he could use it freely during this time. Chen Zhao cruised into the inner river. From there, he entered a branch that led straight to Mirror Lake. However, it took much longer to go by water. If he went on land, it would only take an hour to reach Mirror Lake. Going by water took at least 2 hours, so he could only do this occasionally for fun. Chen, I asked about your question from yesterday. It should be a spell from Eastern Europe. It should be a type of toxicology. The witch casts a spell by taking advantage of the target's hatred for someone. The target would also die within half a year. Chen Zhao wasn't interested in Jared's life or death. He just couldn't understand how he'd offended an Eastern European witch. The only witches he knew were Sienna and Rupert. Sienna definitely wouldn't attack him. Rupert wanted to, but she didn't have the guts. Plus, Rupert's strong point was curses, not toxicology. If it wasn't them, then only Pierce South was left. It was possible that he'd found another witch to kill Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao found it annoying. Pierce South just wouldn't appear before him. Chen Zhao couldn't even cause him trouble. Plus, it made him anxious to have such a weird enemy loose in the wild. Pierce South didn't have many skills, but he could always cause trouble. This was the most important. Can you help me find someone? Chen Zhao asked. Is it that Pierce South? Sienna asked. Yes. I can't, but you can find a diviner. Do you know any? I do. I can help introduce you, but she's pretty expensive. What price? If it's a regular person, you only need a few thousand. If it's a witch, it'll be very expensive. It can a few $10,000 or even $100,000. That expensive? I need to think about it. Just then, a car stopped before the house. Chen Zhao saw an unfamiliar car in the security camera. I have a guest. We'll talk later. Chapter 467, Unexpected Visitors. Chapter 467, Unexpected Visitors. When Chen Zhao walked out of the villa, he saw Vanity, Tyler, and Carlo alight from the car. Why are you here? Oh my God. Is this your house? It's amazing. Tyler exclaimed. The villa was absolutely brilliant, with its unique design and the grand scenery surrounding it. It would be such a pleasure to live in the villa. Hence the saying, poverty limits imagination. The poor would never know what kind of luxurious life the rich are having. The villa's high cost, exclusive location, and environment had subtly increased its value. How did you find me? Easy. Your identity isn't a secret, Carlo said. You're a professor at UCLA Medical School, right? I know people from UCLA. Chen Zhao invited the three into the villa. Please take a seat. What beverage would you like to have? Beer. Beer. Do you have tea? I like Chinese tea, Carlo said. After making a pot of tea for Carlo, Chen Zhao sat down before the three. So, how may I help you today? Chen, we came here with great sincerity to invite you to join us. Carlo looked at Chen Zhao with a serious face. Sorry, I'm not interested. Chen, don't you want to be famous? Carlo persuaded as he stared at Chen Zhao. Ha. I do. Chen Zhao's smile was rather cold. He had long passed the age of fantasizing. The probability of becoming famous through Carlo's means might be slim. Furthermore, even if they really managed to discover something, would Chen Zhao benefit the most? Definitely not. Professor. Carlo or a main member of the team would benefit the most, not a newcomer like Chen Zhao. Moreover, even if Chen Zhao really became famous, would he get more than what he already had? Let's not talk about life and dreams. Chen Zhao's dream had never been to become an adventurer and explore ancient secrets. The only thing that could drive Chen Zhao was benefits. As for fame, Chen Zhao did not really care. In addition, after that night, Chen Zhao finally knew how dangerous it was to become an adventurer. He would rather treat old mafia members than fight that kind of monster head-on. With the same benefits, Chen Zhao would clearly choose to continue being a doctor and occasionally flex about his identity as a professor. He would not want to journey in deep mountains and dense forests, not knowing when he might suddenly die. All he wanted was a peaceful life. Carlo and Vanity glanced at each other. They could tell that Chen Zhao was uninterested. Sitting in Chen Zhao's house, they realized that he was much richer than they had thought. A few $100,000 would probably not persuade him. But there was no way they would spend a few million to invite Chen Zhao. After all, they had only spent a few million to build the entire team. No one would be willing to spend a few million just to invite a person. Chen, please think about it. After all, not every expedition is dangerous. Some can even be fun. You should try it out, and I believe you'll enjoy it, Vanity said. I'll think about it. A bear. Tyler suddenly shouted. An enormous brown bear was strolling toward them. Vanity and Carlo also jumped up from their seats. They had never seen such a huge bear in their life. Unfortunately, Princess simply ignored them. She knew how new guests at home would react to her. She was only there to find food. The three watched as Princess walked into the kitchen and opened the fridge herself. With a roast goose in her mouth, she left the living room. That's. She's Princess, my pet. She's so big and awesome. Where's her breed? Kodiak bear. Very likely. Apart from Kodiak bears, I don't think any bear can reach her size. Isn't it dangerous to keep such a big bear at home? Tyler asked. Princess is smart and obedient. At noon, Chen Zhao invited the three for lunch. He placed a barbecue stand in the courtyard. The three realized that Chen Zhao had many other pets in his house. They had already seen the silly twins. With their field experience, they could, of course, tell that they were wolves. There were also 4 little ones, namely Briar, Bramble, Simba, and Nala. But the most eye-catching one was Abitos. From his appearance, he must be a Komodo dragon. However, the three had never heard of a red Komodo dragon. Some Komodo dragons had albinism, which would make them white. Still, there had never been a red species. Komodo dragons were not docile either. They would even dare to attack bigger creatures. The three could not understand why Chen Zhao would keep a Komodo dragon at home. Nevertheless, to them, Abitos was not the most dangerous one. The most dangerous one was a giant colorful snake. It was 2 meters long and almost 3 kilograms heavy, and clearly a lethal killer. In comparison, Beelzebub, Carrie, and Samuel looked ordinary. Nonetheless, so many different pets were actually living in peace, which was incredible. Many of the animals here had a predator-prey relationship. Chen, you like animals, right? Yup, Chen Zhao replied. It was the only logical response, given that he had so many pets. You seem to be an excellent tamer as well. None of the pets did anything dangerous, which proved that Chen Zhao was exceptional at taming. Well, I have my own methods. Once we found a ruin on an island in the West Pacific. At the entrance of the ruin, a large snake attacked us. The snake was totally green, very much like Chinese emerald, and had an unusual luster on it, Carlo said. Yes. In exploration, we would very often encounter strange creatures, Vanity said. Chen Zhao gave a bitter smile. They were still not giving up, but Chen Zhao was just unwilling to participate in the adventure. It was too dangerous. Chen Zhao did not even want to go near that kind of place. I am really not interested. Can you stop asking me? Chen, we heard that the place we explored that day holds potions that grant immortality. Chapter 468, Murphy. Chapter 468, Murphy. You heard. From whom? Probably no one even goes in there, or that no one even comes out alive. Chen Zhao wasn't a kid. He wouldn't believe everything people said, let alone such unreliable words. Medicine of immortality. Where did that come from? Carlo had thought that Chen Zhao would at least be a bit interested. But Chen Zhao didn't believe him at all. His tone was filled with suspicion. All right, Chen, Carlo said. I just really wish you'd consider my words seriously. He knew that he couldn't force anything. He could only leave. At least, he didn't have anything that could tempt Chen Zhao. When the three returned to their hotel, someone knocked on their door. Tyler, open the door. Tyler did so. He opened the door to see a thin man with a hoodie. Who are you looking for? Tyler asked. Professor Carlo. Professor, do you know the man who's looking for you? Carlo peered outside the door. Let him in. The man walked into the room and stood before Carlo. Sila recommended me. Carlo looked at the hooded man. Thinking for a bit, he asked, what skills do you have? I can kill you all. In an instant, Vanity and Tyler pointed their guns at him at the same time. Put it down. Put the guns down. Carlo waved his hand. Don't say that, even if you have the ability. They may become your partners in the future. Of course, you have to display your skills first. How do you want me to display it? Here, Carlo said. If you can go to the house I point out and get a painting, I'll accept you into the team. Sure. Where's the painting? In a house at the bank of Mirror Lake in Mountain Town. It's a Chinese painting. Okay, I'll bring the painting here at this time tomorrow. Oh, I don't know your name yet. Murphy, the man said without looking back. Then, good luck, Murphy. Tyler closed the door. Professor, he said meaningfully. You're sending him to die. Chen can't be offended. He's from a special family. They're all very strong, like superhumans. If he wants to prove his value, he has to do some superhuman things. Are you sure this won't anger Chen? Fine, I'll return the painting after I get it. After Murphy left, he took out his phone. Dad, I already met with Professor Carlo, but your trick didn't seem to work. He wants me to steal a painting from someone's home. They'll only accept me after I get this painting. Murphy, did you not act cold enough? No, I was already cold. I even watched Hitman, Agent 47 3 times for this. Did you change into the suit that the main character wears? I don't have money. I wore the hoodie I bought last year. That's the problem. What do I do now? Follow Professor Carlo's requests and steal that painting. I haven't stolen before. There's a first for everything. But I don't want to do it. Then do you want to make money? Yes, Murphy replied instinctively. You can return the painting's money after you get rich. Fine, but what else do you need? I don't have money for a taxi. Murphy came to the other side of Mirror Lake. Looking at the extravagant house across from him, his eyes were filled with envy. So rich, he mumbled. I want to make a lot of money and live in a house like this too. He loosened his muscles. Okay, swim over there. I should get to the other end by nighttime. He started taking off his clothes and went into the water. The water here is so cold. He was pretty fast at swimming. The sky gradually darkened. When he got to land, he saw a man and a pretty woman. They were grilling barbecue and drinking in the yard. So jealous of rich people's lives. Murphy's face was filled with envy. I want to become a rich man too. I want to be as successful as that man. Suddenly, something seemed to tug on Murphy's foot. Is it a big fish? Murphy didn't take it seriously. But soon, the thing wrapped around Murphy's legs and pulled him down. Hell, blub, blub, help. Failai looked at the lake. She seemed to see something splashing in the water, but it was too dark. She couldn't see clearly. Chen, is there someone in the water? No, you saw incorrectly, Chen Zhao said. It's a big fish. Are you full? Yeah, pretty much. Chen Zhao snapped his fingers. 3 or 4 inferior demons flew out and fought each other to clean up the yard. The breeze is a bit cold. Let's go sit inside. Yeah. Chen Zhao looked back at the lake. He already knew when the person entered the water. As for who it wasn't important. What was important was that the man had broken into his territory. He must not have good intentions. Whether Chen Zhao would kill or spare him, he'd punish the man first. Chen Zhao waited until Fei Lai fell asleep before going to the second basement. He saw a thin man with only his underwear, curled up in the corner, hugging himself. The three-headed dog and little Nine were on either side of him. Did you two strip him? Chen Zhao asked. They shook their heads, expressing that it had nothing to do with him. Whatever. Whether he's a good guy or not, I'm sure he's a pervert. Eat him. Ha! Murphy yelled in horror. Aren't you going to interrogate me? Like who sent me or why I came? No need. I can see you won't tell me and it's getting late. I need to sleep. No, you can ask. You can pry open my mouth easily. Really? Yes, yes. Okay, then tell me. If I tell you, will you let me go? If I say yes, will you trust me? Yes, Murphy answered earnestly. Yeah, I'll let you go. Chen Zhao nodded. So, tell me who sent you and for what? Professor Carlo sent me. He wants me to help him steal a Chinese painting in your house. Professor Carlo. You're sent by Professor Carlo. Yes, that's right. Do you have proof? Chapter 469, This Vampire is Kinda Cute. Chapter 469, This Vampire is Kinda Cute. Murphy looked at his near-naked body and then shook his head. No. So I can't let you go. Why? Didn't you promise me that you'll let me go if I tell you the truth? But how would I know you weren't lying? I really didn't lie. Then show me some proof. I don't have any. Chen Zhao looked helpless. Look, you can't prove yourself, and you've discovered my secrets. What do you think I should do? Kill me. No, don't kill me. See? You know that the correct option is to kill you, so you can't blame me. Hellhound and Little Nine approached Murphy. Suddenly, he sprang up from the floor. Chen Zhao was stunned. Then, Murphy crawled on the wall like a gecko. He attempted to run upstairs, but Chen Zhao was at the stairs. Once Murphy got in range, Chen Zhao lifted his leg and kicked him. Thud. Murphy flew backward and collided into the wall. Covering his stomach, he could not stand up. Chen Zhao walked up and grabbed Murphy's neck, when he noticed two vampire-like fangs in Murphy's mouth. You're a vampire. Let me go. I won't run again. Please let me go. Murphy cried. Answer my question. Are you a vampire? Murphy remained silent. Chen Zhao squinted. Just now, you answered my question so readily, but now you're quiet. So you must be lying to me just now. No, I wasn't lying. My dad told me to never admit that I'm a vampire before others. Are you Carlo's man? No. Then why would you work for him? Chen Zhao asked curiously. He said that if I can steal the painting here, he'll allow me to join his team. What's your name? Murphy. Chen Zhao realized that Murphy had been answering all his questions. Either Murphy had prepared all the answers in advance, or he was simply too honest. But if he was really a vampire, were all vampires so foolish? No, maybe upright was a better word. Chen Zhao realized that he actually had a good impression of Murphy. Nevertheless, he was unsure if Murphy had just been pretending. Why would you want to join Professor Carlo's team? To earn money. Are you short of money? Yes. Can you turn into a bat? Murphy stared at Chen Zhao with a very strange look, just like how Chen Zhao had been looking at him. Is he an idiot? Fine, pretend I didn't say anything. Chen Zhao shook his head. So tell me, what should I do? Let me go. But what if you expose my secrets? I won't. If someone offers you 100,000, will you tell him what you saw here? Murphy began to hesitate. After considering for a long while, he shook his head. No. How about 1 million? Murphy was even more reluctant. He felt that Chen Zhao was just trying to put him in a difficult position. After some time, Murphy finally nodded, I will. So there's no reason why I should let you go. Then are you going to kill me? Chen Zhao thought about it. So far, he had only killed bad guys. But Murphy looked like it was his first time outside. He was not stupid, just immature. If Carlo employs you, how much will he pay you? Dunno, but my dad said that it's definitely more than a normal job. Then do you know what's the average salary? My dad works at a gas station. His monthly salary is 3,000. Is your dad a vampire too? No, my dad is a normal human. I've inherited my bloodline from my mom. Do you suck human blood? No, only animal blood. Wait, I'm not a vampire. I've never admitted that I'm a vampire. Yes, I know. Chen Zhao patted Murphy. Then I'll employ you and give you 10,000 a month. Do you accept it? Murphy was persuaded. 10,000 was so much higher than his father's salary. Your job is to patrol the areas near my house. For example, if someone tries to sneak in from a suspicious corner, you'll have to tell me or arrest the person, Chen Zhao said. Will I stay here? No, you can go and rent a room in town. Chen Zhao would clearly not let Murphy stay in his house. Even if Murphy was not a vampire, Chen Zhao would not let another man stay with them. Murphy actually thought about it seriously. After a long time, he said, I need you to pay for my rent. Deal. Chen Zhao smiled. But you have to sign a contract with me. What contract? Think of it as a normal contract, but it will be much stricter. Oh, sure. Chen Zhao took out a sheepskin contract and passed it to Murphy, who read the terms carefully. Do you have any objections? Can I show it to my dad? No, Chen Zhao rejected at once. There are some parts one don't understand. Where? Here, if I expose any of your secrets, I'll be burned by hellfire. What's hellfire? Also, what can I say? What can I not say? You can't tell people things like Hellhound and the Hydra. Anyway, you can't tell people anything here that's supernatural. Can I not tell anyone about it? Correct. You can't tell anyone. Fine. So I have to sign here. No, just leave your handprint. The moment Murphy left his handprint, the sheepskin contract began to burn. Soon, it melted into Murphy's body and a hexagram appeared on his arm. Can I take a month's salary first? Murphy looked at Chen Zhao carefully. Why? Murphy just could not finish the sentence. What do you want to do? I want to tell my dad that I've earned money. Come here tomorrow. Also, never appear before my girlfriend. Can I leave now? Yup. Chen Zhao waved his arm. Murphy climbed out from the hole. Then, Chen Zhao called Carlo. Professor Carlo, I'm very angry now. You better give me an explanation, or I'll ensure you can't leave LA. Chapter 470, This Old Guy Needs a Lesson. Chapter 470, This Old Guy Needs a Lesson. Chen, you really did discover him. How is Murphy now? Carlo didn't seem shocked by Chen Zhao's accusation at all. He seemed to be prepared. You still have the energy to ask about him. You should worry about your own safety. Okay, this was indeed my fault. I apologize. That's it. Okay, I did want to teach him a lesson too, Carlo said. He needs to be knocked off his high horse. You weren't worried that I would kill him. You're not the type to kill someone without reason, Carlo said confidently. Chen Zhao scoffed. He didn't trust Carlo. It was too late to kiss up to him now. I'm not satisfied with your explanation. Then what do you want? That depends on your sincerity, Chen Zhao said. If you can't satisfy me, then I'll have to say sorry to you. Chen, we've gone through life and death together. You can't be so overbearing. So, you think I'm the one at fault? That's not what I mean. I just think we should sit down and have a chat calmly. If I wasn't calm now, I would go find you right now and throw you off the rooftop. Then what do you want? Chen Zhao hadn't decided what kind of compensation he wanted. Money? Carlo probably couldn't compensate him at all. Then Chen Zhao suddenly thought of that marine diary. Perhaps Carlo and his expedition team could be helpful. I need you to promise me something. What thing? I haven't decided yet. I can't promise you everything. Carlo also had his own persistence. He wouldn't make careless vows. Either you promise me now, or I'll feed you all to the fish. I have some connections in L.A. It's not hard for me to make you all disappear. Don't make it so hard for me. Professor Carlo, you're the one who offended me first. You should learn how to take responsibility. Fine, fine. It was my fault. I promise you, Carlo said helplessly. He had to give in when the other was in the right. Of course, this kind of verbal promise didn't have any true restrictions. If Chen Zhao's request was too difficult, he could push it off. Can you free Murphy now? Sorry, he's working for me now. What do you mean? I mean what I said. You can't do that. You know I need more hands now. You personally sent him to me. Plus, I think he's a pretty good helper. Carlo was so angry that he wanted to smash his phone. How could he be so stupid? Right now, he just wanted to kill Chen Zhao. Unfortunately, he knew he couldn't do anything to the man. But even though Chen Zhao said Murphy was working for him, Murphy might not listen to him. Perhaps Murphy only did it to save himself. Carlo should have a nice chat with him. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Carlo hung up with gritted teeth. Chen Zhao smacked his lips. This old guy needs a lesson. It was late at night. Chen Zhao went back to the bedroom and looked at the sleeping Fei Lai. Chen Zhao couldn't fall asleep now. He decided to go back downstairs and entered the special crack. There were two one-eyed statues standing at the entrance. Chen Zhao entered the castle and pulled Marion and Trigley out to experiment on them. Marion and Trigley were tied onto the surgery table. Chen Zhao ignored their cries and pleas. Shut up. He was annoyed by the crying and cast the hell knell onto Marion. Ah! Marion cried out even louder. Then blood started flowing out his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. His eyes bulged. Shit! Chen Zhao hurriedly cancelled the spell, but Marion wasn't breathing anymore. Fuck, I just cast the hell knell on him. What did he see in hell? He actually got scared to death. Trigley didn't dare to make any more sounds. His entire body shook. He didn't know what had happened, but without a doubt, Marion had been in immense pain before dying. Whatever, he could die. Chen Zhao wouldn't revive Marion. But since he was dead, his body could still be used for dissection experiments. Just then, Blackie came in. How come you killed him? Blackie was surprised. I cast the hell knell and he ended up getting scared to death, Chen Zhao said helplessly. The Hell Null shows different scenes from hell according to your own sins. He already had a mental breakdown because of your torture. It would be even stranger if he didn't die after seeing his fate in hell. Unfortunately, even his soul has scattered. Blackie pulled some soul fragments out of Marion's body. Do you want the corpse? You want it. Didn't you want to learn necromancy magic? You can experiment on him. No need. It feels pretty disgusting. I'd rather practice on corpses that died hundreds of years ago. Chen Zhao, what do you think it'll be if we put soul fragments into a new, complete soul? A new life. No, the body doesn't have any sign of life anymore. It can't be a life. Chen Zhao and Blackie often discussed like this. Blackie was interested in magic while Chen Zhao liked medicine. They had different results by looking from different angles. Both Chen Zhao and Blackie would ask strange questions. How about we try it? Chen Zhao asked. I'll be in charge of activating his body. You can be responsible for the soul. Sure. Blackie agreed easily. As long as he didn't take the initiative to hurt a living being, he wouldn't be affected by the laws. On the other hand, Chen Zhao had no laws. No one could restrict him, let alone any laws. He's brain dead from lack of oxygen, Chen Zhao said, touching his chin. It can't be used anymore. The brain would be directly damaged if there was no oxygen for more than 5 minutes. After 10 minutes, the pituitary gland would wither. After 20 minutes, the inner membrane would start to dissolve the brain. When a person died, the brain was the first to stop working. It was also the first to undergo necrosis. By then, even if he forcefully shoved a living soul into this body, he still wouldn't be able to revive it. A corpse was a corpse because the brain couldn't be repaired anymore. Even Chen Zhao couldn't repair a necropsied brain. How about we replace his brain with another creature's? Blackie asked. Which creature's brain? We don't have to decide so quickly. Let's take it slowly. Chapter 471, Sick Play. Chapter 471, Sick Play. The next day. For the entire night, Chen Zhao and Blackie had been discussing how to revive a corpse. Of course, it could revive in any form, even if some parts had to be changed. Chen Zhao and Blackie were only looking for a breakthrough in resurrection and also in their own abilities. Actually, it was not resurrection in the real sense. Chen Zhao and Blackie had added many magical elements, such as changing the brain, combining souls, and making a stronger heart. It was more like Frankenstein. They were trying to create a new kind of Frankenstein. After breakfast, Chen Zhao boarded the speedboat and rushed to Gaia Island. Halfway there, a wave suddenly splashed toward the speedboat. A yacht sailed past Chen Zhao. The yacht was pretty fast, 30 meters long and had 3 floors. From its look, it should have been custom-made. Standing on the deck, a man in a white shirt shouted, "Roar! Kid, how was the wave?" Chen Zhao glanced at the man and pointed a middle finger at him. "Fuck off." Ha! The man in the white shirt laughed. Chen Zhao's speedboat and the yacht reached the dock almost at the same time. More than a dozen men walked down from the yacht, carrying various items for the man in the white shirt. "Hey, kid, get out of the way." It was only a temporary dock built by the crew, so the path was rather narrow. Realizing that they were carrying so much stuff, Chen Zhao did not want to make life difficult for them. He turned his body sideways so that they could pass first. When the man in the white shirt walked past Chen Zhao, he suddenly attempted to push Chen Zhao into the sea. But he could not move Chen Zhao. Frowning, Chen Zhao similarly pushed the man heavily. "Aw! You dare to push me?" the man roared. His men also put down the boxes and lifted their sleeves, ready to fight. Chen Zhao was the kind of person that would make way but not yield. In such a circumstance, he would show no mercy. Soon, he threw everyone into the sea. "Kid, trust me, I'll get you kicked out of this place," the man still shouted to Chen Zhao in the sea. Chen Zhao pointed the middle finger at the man again and turned to leave. When he arrived at the crew, James came to welcome him. "Chen, you're really early today. I'm just scared that you'll throw cakes at me again. Amon scenes will start later, so you didn't have to come this early." "What? Then why did Steven call me just now and ask me to come early?" "I think he's probably playing with you," James said, helpless. Given how close they were as friends, Chen Zhao did not complain much. Steven had yet to arrive. He was probably filming at another site. Just then, the man in the white shirt came. Completely wet, he stared at Chen Zhao in anger. "Mr. Libel, welcome," James said immediately. "This goddamn bastard just threw me into the sea. James, I want you to fire him. Now, immediately." Libel roared in madness. "Sorry, I'm not in charge of that." James would not give Libel any face. While Libel was the lead for the film, he was only a second-tier star in Hollywood. It was Steven's filming location, not a place for him to be arrogant. "If you don't fire him, I won't act," Libel shouted. "As you wish," James sneered. He knew that Libel had many bad habits. In the past, he had often heard of Libel being big-headed. But Libel had to see the occasion. Not every crew or person would tolerate him. To be fair, Steven could be much nastier than Libel. "James, you trying to protect him? Do you know what you're doing?" Libel said, his face darkening. Originally, he thought that the crew would agree to all his requests. Moreover, the Chinese man was only part of the normal staff. Libel did not expect James to protect the person and offend him instead. "I know what I'm doing. Mind your own business." "You'll regret it," Libel said, gritting his teeth. Then, he left with his men. "Chen, forget about him. He's of no threat to you." "I know." Chen Zhao did not really care about Libel. "Find a place for me. I didn't sleep last night, so I'm going to sleep now. Call me when you need me." "Okay, how about the prop storage tent?" "Sure," Chen Zhao nodded. James brought Chen Zhao to the prop tent and got a recliner for him. Chen Zhao thanked James and fell asleep on the recliner. Soon, someone entered the tent. Sensing someone around, Chen Zhao opened his eyes and realized that it was Lucy. "Hey, Lucy." "Chen." Lucy looked at Chen Zhao with a smile. "I heard from Mr. James that you're here." Lucy was smartly dressed up in her costume. She had some makeup on her face, but she looked somewhat awkward. "Did I disturb you?" "No." Chen Zhao smiled. Clearly, he could tell her the truth. Just then, Libel lifted the curtains. He was stunned when he saw Chen Zhao. "Why are you here?" He saw Lucy enter the tent, so he planned to spend some time alone with her. He obviously did not expect Chen Zhao to be there too. "What's wrong with me being here?" "Scram. This is not where you should be. The one who should scram is you," Chen Zhao said with a dark face. "Asshole, do you really think that I can't do anything to you?" Libel's look was as scary as a venomous snake. "I would love to see what you can do to me. Don't think that you're safe just because James is protecting you. He's but an assistant director. In this crew, there are people who are more powerful than him." Libel looked at Lucy with some confidence. "Ms. Lucy, cooperate with me later." "What?" Lucy was confused. "Cooperate to do what?" Why would I cooperate with you? Are we even close? Suddenly, Libel lifted the curtains and shouted, "Help! Someone is harassing Ms. Lucy here." Chen Zhao was startled, so was Lucy. What a sick play. Chapter 472, Obstacle. Chapter 472, Obstacle. Everyone in the crew came over, including James and Stephen. "Libel, what are you doing?" James roared. "Mr. Stephen, this man is harassing Miss Lucy. I happened to hear her calling for help, so I came into this tent. I saw him doing something to Lucy." Stephen stared at Libel with a dark expression and then looked at Lucy. "Lucy, what's going on?" Lucy had joined the cast because of Chen Zhao's recommendation. Stephen didn't want to ask about their relationship. But how could Chen Zhao have dangerous thoughts about Lucy, causing her to cry for help? What was this? "Mr. Stephen, I don't know what Libel is doing, but I heard that Chen was here, so I came to say hi. But Libel came first and wanted me to work with him. I don't know what problem he has with Chen, but I think he's slandering Chen." Lucy didn't even have to lie. She just said the truth. Libel blanched. To him, Lucy was a minor female lead, while he was the male lead of this movie. No matter what, Lucy should be on his side and cooperate with him. Instead, Lucy didn't follow his script at all. This frustrated and angered him. Libel felt even more embarrassed, but he had to save his ego. "I get it," he immediately said. "You two have a secret fling. Don't you know we're filming right now? Everyone's busy with work outside, while you two are fucking here." Libel looked at Stephen. "Mr. Stephen, I don't think these two should stay in the cast and crew anymore. Their presence will only slow down our efficiency. I suggest kicking them out." Stephen stared at him with a dark face. "Libel, this is my cast. I decide on all the roles and workers. I don't need anyone to make suggestions for me. Also, the free time between shoots is the crew's own time. They can do whatever they want. They don't need your permission." Anyone could tell that Libel had a grudge against Chen Zhao. He was purposely causing trouble. Even if Chen Zhao was at fault, Stephen would be on his side, let alone now that he was the innocent one. "If you think you have too much time, then go memorize your lines, instead of causing trouble in my cast." Stephen practically roared. "Also, I hope you won't be late again. Even more, I hope you won't show up to film without preparing even a single line. If you're like this again tomorrow, you better get the fuck out. I signed a contract. No one can replace me, not even you." Libel saw that Stephen wasn't giving him any special treatment as the male lead, so he went all out too. He was used to being a big shot in all the crews. No matter where he went, he had no fear. Even directors had to spoil him. When he joined Stephen's cast, his manager had told him to restrain himself. He'd indeed planned on restraining himself, but he was completely humiliated by Stephen in front of the entire crew, so he just exploded. "I'm giving you a chance to leave by yourself," Stephen said coldly. "Take your people and get out." "With what?" "Stephen, I have a contract." Stephen laughed. "Contract?" A contract only came into effect and the two parties had equal status. It was completely useless to him. Stephen only had to declare that Libel was the one who'd violated the contract first. He ignored the rules, acted like a big shot, did whatever he wanted, and harassed an actress of the same cast. Stephen could reasonably fire Libel. He could even ask for compensation and ruin Libel's acting career while he was at it. As long as he released this announcement, Libel wouldn't be able to get any more roles. He could probably only go to San Fernando Valley. Stephen pulled out his phone and called someone. Morris, your man is causing trouble in my crew. I'm very unhappy with him and I'm rethinking if I want to continue using people from your company. On the other end of the phone, Morris was dumbfounded. What was going on? Steven, which actor is it? Libel. Hearing this name, Morris got a headache too. How could he not know what kind of person Libel was? He was conceited and insensitive. He was only a bit famous, but he thought he was some kind of god. Steven, let me apologize for him. I don't need an apology. Are you going to come take him away? Or should I kick him out myself? A crew didn't usually change actors so suddenly. They usually changed people before they started filming because if they changed so suddenly, the scenes from before couldn't be used anymore. The other actors would have to act with the new person too. But Steven didn't feel any stress for changing out Libel. Libel had just come today and only filmed one scene. To Steven, it was just filming an extra scene. The only annoyance was that he had to change the filming schedule. Steven could also see that Libel was just troublesome. Rather than changing him when Steven couldn't stand him anymore in the middle or end, it was better to just kick him out now. Libel didn't expect for things to reach this point. But Steven had already spoken, wanting to kick him out of the cast. There was no turning back. This made Libel hate Chen Zhao even more. It was all because of this asshole. If not for him, Libel could shoot this movie without worry. Libel and his followers were all driven out. Libel could barely retain the anger within him. Go! Libel brought his people to the pier. When he saw Chen Zhao's yacht, fury rose up once again. Smash that yacht! Smash it to bits! Right then, the crew decided to shoot the scene at sea due to the changes in schedule. They moved to the beach and ended up seeing Libel smashing the yacht. This bastard! Steven's face darkened. He was about to go and stop Libel. Film this bit, Chen Zhao said. You don't have to worry about anything else. Steven glanced at him. What are you going to do? I remember there's a scene where the Mexican gang's leader gets on a boat to escape, gets caught up by Amon, and then the boat sinks, right? Are you sure Amon won't get hurt? Steven only worried about Amon. After all, he loved this actor of his cast and also had a close relationship with Chen Zhao. He naturally didn't want Amon to get hurt. Chapter 473, Friend of Justice. Chapter 473, Friend of Justice. Mr. Libel, the cruise ships have been following us. Why? Libel asked, confused. Dunno. I think they're filming us. For what? Because I broke the speedboat just now. It's only $10,000 or so. I can afford that. Dong. Suddenly, the yacht vibrated and its direction also clearly changed. What did we hit? Libel asked nervously. The vibration was obviously unusual. Mr. Libel. There. There. Everyone gasped. They saw a huge fin that was at least 3 meters tall. Below the fin, the water rose as a terrifying creature charged directly at them. Turn! Turn! Libel shouted. But the yacht was too close to Amon. There was no escape. Bang! Another deep sound of collision was heard from underwater. The entire yacht was slanted. Just then, Amon suddenly leaped out of the water. The scene astonished not just those on the yacht, but also everyone on the cruise ships on the two sides. Everyone was truly dumbfounded. Amon was a beautiful beast that should only have existed in ancient times. Amon's head hit the right side of the yacht, which turned to its side. Everyone watched with their mouth wide open. It was really shocking. Fuck, I should film a monster movie. Stephen was holding a camera himself. The scene was incredible. "Mr. Stephen, time to save people," James reminded. While they had taken a breathtaking shot, it would be much less fun if someone were to die. After all, if they failed to save the drowning people, both Stephen and his crew would be subjected to the pressure of public opinion. "Throw them some lifebuoys," Stephen said with his lips twitched. "Chen, don't ask Amon to attack those people." Chen Zhao nodded. He only wanted to take revenge, not kill them. In fact, he originally only wanted to scare them. "By the way, Chen, can I borrow Amon to advertise the movie?" "What are you going to do?" "You'll find out." That day, a video went viral on the internet. A super killer whale attacked a yacht. It was definitely the most unbelievable piece of news in history. First of all, the size of the killer whale surpassed the knowledge of all biologists. Even compared to other killer whales, the killer whale in the video was a giant. Next, many were interested as to why the killer whale would attack the yacht. An insider said that the killer whale was a friend of the owner of a speedboat, and they would play with each other every day. However, the owner of the yacht had a conflict with the speedboat owner and asked his men to destroy the speedboat. The killer whale saw the scene and sought revenge. The claim was followed by a link to a video. Now, everyone knew the entire story. Soon, there was news that the yacht owner was the famous Hollywood star LoveLore. He was supposed to be an actor for Stephen's new movie, but he was chased out because he behaved too arrogantly in the crew. As revenge, he destroyed the speedboat of one of the staff, which led to what happened in the first video. The killer whale was precisely an animal actor in the movie. It became a friend of the crew because of the movie. Then, the crew released some videos of them interacting with Amon. This became the headline of both social news and entertainment news. Even though the killer whale's revenge was wrong in itself, the public thought otherwise. They felt that the killer whale had done justice. Everyone on the net asked LoveLore to scram out of Hollywood and entertainment. Because of this, Stephen's new movie gained much more attention. Everyone would love to see what kind of movie it was. Then, the actor Terry released a video on his social media account. It was a video of him being dragged by Amon into the sea, but soon, he released another video of him interacting with Amon. At the same time, he posted, "Amon is a mutual friend of the crew. If Amon has done something wrong, all of us will bear the consequences together, but I hope that Mr. LoveLore can be responsible for what he has done too. You harmed our best friend." Terry's videos and post immediately attracted many views. Almost everyone gave him a thumbs up and joined the army to denounce LoveLore. In the eyes of the public, an animal that dared to stand out for its friend and attack the bad guy was never wrong. The incident even attracted the government's attention. A high official said on his social network account that he would exempt Amon from any punishments, if any. In fact, the incident even became widely known internationally. After all, a killer whale had attacked a villain to revenge its friend. Such a dramatic story could always earn the public's approval. As the victim, LoveLore became a criticized criminal instead of gaining any sympathy. The few movies which he had signed contracts for all decided to change their actor. LoveLore did not even dare to appear in public. Even his agency had given up on him. As the starter of everything, Stephen benefited the most. The new movie caused such an uproar when filming had just begun. The movie company invested $30 million more to the production cost. Actually, the movie company might be part of the reason why the event had turned so extreme so quickly. Nevertheless, from beginning to end, the real culprit Chen Zhao had just been an onlooker. None of the news involved him. Stephen had been deliberately avoiding Chen Zhao as he did not want to affect Chen Zhao. Therefore, Chen Zhao had peace in the last 2 days, carrying out his usual duties. The only unhappy thing was that he had paid the speedboat company $50,000, but LoveLore had yet to pay him anything. Hey, Chen, I have a client for you. 5,000. Are you up for it? Ethan called Chen Zhao. Sure. It's still money. Chapter 474, Can you do breast enhancements? Chapter 474, Can you do breast enhancements? Here. Chen Zhao raised his head and looked at the commercial building before him. He checked the address. It was indeed here. However, the top few floors were apartments. The monthly rent was at least $100,000. You had to get through security to reach the apartment floors. The security here was very complete. After reaching the door, Chen Zhao pressed the doorbell. An African-American man cracked open the door. You are a doctor. Someone here needs a doctor. The man studied Chen Zhao and opened the door. It was only the doorway, but there was a floor-to-ceiling quarantine window. This is sterilization, the man said. Sterilization. Chen Zhao was stunned. Do you think this is an automatic production lab? But Chen Zhao still went in. First, epoxyethane was sprayed from his neck down. Then he entered another quarantine room. Mist was sprayed out. This was probably also for sterilization. Chen Zhao started getting curious. What disease did his client have? The other man also followed through the 2 sterilization processes before entering the room. Chen Zhao looked around. The entire apartment was furnished with a modern style. There was not a speck of dust in the room. There was also an air purifier working constantly. A blonde girl with milky white skin sat before a floor-to-ceiling window. She bathed in the sunlight that shone through the glass. However, she was honestly too pale. Chen Zhao could even see her veins when the sun shone on her skin. This was a sickly kind of pale. It clearly wasn't natural. Are you my client? Chen Zhao asked. The girl turned toward Chen Zhao and touched her hair. Chen Zhao was taken aback. He wasn't unfamiliar with this action. It was an action only done when one wore a wig. Chen Zhao studied her. She was indeed wearing a wig. Hello, where are you uncomfortable? I heard you're an illegal doctor, right? The girl asked. Yes. Can you do boob jobs? Chen Zhao was stunned. He turned to look at the other man. He looked away, but Chen Zhao could see that his lips were twitching. I can't. Chen Zhao really wanted to just leave. A boob job? You're practically made of glass. Regardless of whether Chen Zhao could do boob jobs or not, he didn't dare do that kind of surgery on a glass girl. This girl possibly had a naturally weak immune system or had no immunity at all. She lived in this antibacterial environment her entire life. Even her food was disinfected. Just imagine a piece of steak getting soaked in disinfectant and then placed onto a plate. Could a regular person eat this? Even a bit of bacteria or virus in the air could be fatal for this girl. She was like a caged bird, staying in this sealed room forever. If she wanted to go out, she would have to wear an astronaut uniform and have an oxygen tank. This wasn't fully safe either. If she took a breath of outside air, she would probably die too. The glass girl clutched her chest and tested its weight. Her face was filled with disappointment. I wish I could be like the girls on TV and have big boobs. Chen Zhao glanced at the other man. That's what you give her to watch. I'm only her protector, the man answered. I have no right to control what she watches. The glass girl was indeed a bit slower at developing than other girls. This was due to her nutrition and environment. Sorry, I can't help, Chen Zhao said. I have to go. Just then, a familiar person walked in. When the person saw Chen Zhao, he was also surprised. Blackie. Blackie, how come you're here? I sense death. Chen Zhao glanced at the girl and quietly left the apartment. However, Blackie followed Chen Zhao when he went into the elevator. Chen Zhao couldn't help but ask, when will she die? Should be within 24 hours. 'Cause of death. I saw her death. A shooting. When Chen Zhao exited the elevator, someone bumped into him. This man was around the same height. His hands were stuffed into pockets and his eyes seemed mean. What you looking at? Wanna die? The man yelled at Chen Zhao for no reason. Chen Zhao felt that this person probably had mania. Natural interactions at the elevator could make him explode. It's him, Blackie said. In the scene I saw, he was the one who shot the girl. Chen Zhao raised his fist and punched the man's chin. Then Blackie said it disappeared. What disappeared? The image of the girl's death, but her death didn't change. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. Had he changed her way of death? But the result wasn't changed. Just then, Chen Zhao saw two people walk over. One was a woman who could be said was very important to Chen Zhao, his mother. The other was her assistant, Sally. When Chen Zhao's mom and Sally saw him, both of them froze. Chen Zhao, what are you doing here? What's going on? Isn't that Esalen? Sally saw the man that Chen Zhao had knocked out. One of my clients is here, Chen Zhao answered. Then what about him? We bumped into each other and he threatened to kill me. I saw that he had a concealed gun. Chen Zhao's mom met eyes with Sally. Sally immediately called someone and started yelling. What do you do all day? How come Esalen can come into here? A while later, the building security guards hurried over and pulled Esalen out. I'm busy. I have to go. Just then, Chen Zhao's mom said, your little sister lives upstairs. Won't you go up to visit? Chen Zhao hesitated. The girl's face appeared in his mind for some reason. Is that okay? Sure, she probably knows she has an older brother too. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows, sinking into deep thought. Did that girl call him over purposely? Did she know that he was her brother? Chen Zhao returned to the elevator and rode it with his mother. He didn't feel any hatred toward his mother. They were more like familiar strangers. All they had was awkwardness because Chen Zhao didn't know how to communicate with his mom. Chen Zhao's mom didn't speak either. She just watched as the elevator climbed the floors. Ding! The elevator sound broke the silence. Chen Zhao was back on that floor. Chapter 475, M36D. Chapter 475, M36D. The black man opened a gap through the door again. Boss? Ha! He saw Chen Zhao standing behind his boss. Open the door. After disinfection, Chen Zhao was back in the room again. When the girl saw her mother, she immediately ran up in excitement. Mom, I miss you. Then, she looked at Chen Zhao. Why are you here again? Have you already met each other? Chen Zhao's mother asked. I asked him to perform breast augmentation for me. Chen Zhao turned his head away, while his mother slapped her forehead. Mom, do you know each other? He's your brother. Both the girl and the black man were stunned. Brother? He's my brother. Chen Zhao's mother stared at the sibling pair who had just realized their identity. Yura, how did you find him? I asked Bill to find me the best doctor. I had no idea he's my brother, Yura said. The black man called Bill also said, Boss, I didn't know either. Yura, why did you want breast augmentation? I want to have big breasts like the girls on TV. Chen Zhao turned his head again. The encounter was really awkward. Brother, please stay here. Yura grabbed Chen Zhao's arm. Chen Zhao looked at his mother, who also hesitated for a moment. Stay if you're free. All right, Chen Zhao nodded. Chen Zhao's mother did not stay for long. After talking to them briefly, she left. Yura held Chen Zhao's arm. You're different than I thought. How? Everything. Chen Zhao was not used to this, because he did not know what to say. Just then, Bill came with 2 glasses of water and placed them before the two. Do you have kids? Yura asked. Nope. Are you married? No. Yura reached out and touched Chen Zhao's body. Bill, my brother's muscles are harder than yours. Both Chen Zhao and Bill found it really awkward. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. He was about to pick it up when Yura snatched his phone away. Hello, how may I help you? Who are you? Fei Lai's voice could be heard on the other side. I'm Yura. I don't know you. Pass the phone to Chen. He's not free now. Are you his girlfriend? Little girl, you're too naive if you think that just by taking Chen's phone, you can claim you're having sex. I know Chen more than you do. From your voice, you've yet to undergo puberty, right? You're the one who's undeveloped. I'm 36D, I'm younger than you, I'm prettier than you, Yura began to pant and could not speak anymore. Chen Zhao quickly took his phone back. Fei Lai, I probably won't be going back today. Who's that girl? My little sister, Chen Zhao said. Your sibling? Yup. All right. Apologize to her for me. Fei Lai was a clever woman. She would not be mad just because she heard another woman's voice from his boyfriend's phone. Moreover, it was clear that the speaker was a young girl. Opposite the commercial building, there was another tall building. At the moment, someone was on the rooftop, looking into Yura's apartment with a pair of binoculars. The target girl is on the 48th floor. Apart from the target, there are 2 adult men. One of them is the target's bodyguard, Bill, male, 31 years old. He used to be a member of the UK SEALs and participated in the Iraq War. He's adept at fighting and firearms, and had an outstanding performance in street fighting in Iraq. No information for the other adult male. Can we snipe the target directly? Negative. The apartment's walls are made from 6 layers of bulletproof glass. Even a large-caliber sniper rifle can't penetrate that. Looks like we have to enter the building. The building has an alarm system. Cut off the entire building's power and cover it with signal interference. The 3 had dinner. The food had been disinfected, which was indeed hard to swallow. Yura had been eating this kind of food since she was young. Chen Zhao sat on the floor, somewhat bored. Although Yura was already 14, she was still watching children's shows. You don't like this, right? Yura turned to look at Chen Zhao. Ha. It's all right. What do you like to watch? Victoria's Secret fashion show. I'll watch whatever you watch. Yura took the controller and switched the channel to the fashion show. To be honest, Chen Zhao was greatly energized by the sexy ladies in bras. Chen Zhao scanned around him. Where's Bill? He's probably working out now, Yura said. Bill just lives with you like this. Chen Zhao was rather worried for Yura. While Yura was small, some people just liked this. Are you worried that Bill might sexually harass me? Just then, Bill walked out half-naked, his muscles bulging. He was covered in sweat and he had a towel around his neck. If you're worried about this, then you're probably in greater danger than Ms. Yura. Why? I'm gay. Air. Ha. Bill, I should introduce one of my friends to you next time. Yura pulled Chen Zhao's arm. Brother, which model do you like? Or which type? All of them, Chen Zhao answered casually. He was satisfied just by looking at all those enchanting long legs. Brother, what do I have to eat to become as buxom as them? Chen Zhao could not answer. There were many types of food that could achieve this effect, but Yura could not eat most of them. Actually, you're still young. You can just wait for a few more years and your body will develop by itself. I don't think that time will ever come, Yura suddenly said with a depressed tone. Everyone will grow up, including you. I won't be able to live for that long. I peeked at my reports. My liver and kidneys are failing. There is no disease in the world that is absolutely incurable. Suddenly, the lights in the room went dark. What happened? A blackout. Yura said, displeased. Chen Zhao frowned. Be careful. Something's wrong. Just then, they heard a few knocks on the door. Yura, Bill, opened the door. It was Chen Zhao's mother. Chapter 476, Gun Battle. Chapter 476, Gun Battle. How come Mom is coming now? Yura asked, confused. Chen Zhao was about to get up and open the door when Bill grabbed him. Don't open the door. It's not, boss. It's not. Chen Zhao glanced at him. Are you sure? Wait. Bill grabbed his phone and called Chen Zhao's mother, but it wouldn't connect. Signal disturbance. Bill put the phone down, expression turning grave. Are you sure it's not Yura's mom out there? Yes. Boss wouldn't come at this time. It wasn't Boss who'd spoken earlier either. It was an edited voice. Who's out there? Using such high-tech things. Mr. Chen, take Miss Yura and hide inside the room. Are you saying it'll be dangerous? Bill turned back and glanced at Chen Zhao. It won't be simply dangerous. Can you take care of it by yourself? I don't even know the situation. Bill put on a tank top and took 2 guns out of a nearby case. Give me one. You've used it before. No. Then you and Miss Yura better hide well. It was silent both inside and outside the room. They were both in darkness. Bill held the 2 guns. He already pushed the table and chairs before him to act as sandbags. Right now, a few fully equipped mercenaries were outside. They were trying to open the lock. Austin, can you open it? Head, I can't open it, Austin said. It's a complicated 10th power variable lock. The password changes every minute. It can't be opened unless we get the card or it's open from the inside. Fine, back down, the leader said indifferently. Kabot, you come. Kabot wasn't very tall, but he had many tools on his back. He grinned. You should have told me to come earlier. Kabot walked to the door and stuck circular discs in the 4 corners of the door. There were a dozen distributed evenly. After preparing, Kabot turned to look at everyone. Step back. Everyone retreated to the corner and Kabot pressed the remote control. Boom, boom, boom. The circular discs all released strong firelight instead of exploding intensely. These discs weren't regular bombs. They contained a type of penetrative flammable liquid and were used specifically for close-range explosions. They had strong penetrative abilities. Kabot was the mechanic of the mercenary group. He was the best at placing bombs and explosives. Even faced with a door that was like the gate of a bank treasury, he could still open it easily. The alloy door fell down. Just then, a gunshot sounded. Kabot cried out. He was shot. Head, a person is hiding in the darkness, Cabot told his partners while sprawled on the ground. The leader motioned at the mercenaries. Everyone put on night vision goggles. Next, the leader tossed in a grenade. Boom! With a loud boom, dust filled the air instantly. Within the smoke, gunshots sounded again. Both sides entered a shoot-off. Bill had a very rich battle experience. He had a disadvantage in numbers now, and the other side had much stronger ammunition than him. His only advantage was that he had cover. He had to lure them to attack and use up their ammunition. Yura, who was hiding in the room, started coughing violently. The outside air and the smell of gunpowder made her really uncomfortable. "Brother, will I die here?" Cough, cough. Yura trembled in Qin Zhao's arms. "No," Qin Zhao said nonchalantly. In reality, he was a bit scared too. But with his little sister beside him, he couldn't act scared no matter what. "Drink this." Qin Zhao took out a bottle of potion. Cough, cough, Mom doesn't let me eat food that's not disinfected. I'm your brother. Fine. After Yura drank the medicine, she really did feel better. Just then, the bedroom door opened. Both Qin Zhao and Yura were frightened, but they relaxed after seeing that it was Bill. But Bill looked really pathetic now. He was shot in the shoulder and he wavered. "Did you see who killed 3 of us?" "Judging from the sound, it's from that bedroom." "How did they know our position?" "I don't know." The leader's expression was uncomfortable. 3 men had been shot in the head. It wasn't Bill. They'd fought earlier. Even though Bill was strong, he wasn't at this unmanageable level. "It's that Asian," the leader said, face dark. "What should we do now? How many more bullets do you have?" "I have 3 magazines." "I have 2. Call everyone to this floor. That Asian there isn't easy to deal with." Qin Zhao and Bill walked out of the room. Bill saw the 3 bodies on the ground. How did Qin Zhao kill 3 guys through the door? After all, Qin Zhao had fired right in front of him. He didn't pull any tricks. Bill had thought that Qin Zhao was wasting bullets. He didn't expect that Qin Zhao would be so terrifying. He obviously didn't know that Qin Zhao was acting under Blackie's advice. Blackie guided him from across the door, so he could kill the 3 guys. Qin Zhao picked up the automatic rifles on the ground and tossed on at Bill. "How did you do that?" If he'd known that Qin Zhao was so good, he would have given Qin Zhao a gun instead of wasting his bullets without killing anyone. "Probably good luck," Qin Zhao said indifferently. Bill didn't believe his answer at all. "What do we do now?" "Just guard the door. We both have guns now, anyway." Automatic rifles were much stronger than pistols. Qin Zhao believed that even if the others had controlled the entire building, they couldn't keep their ground forever. However, he didn't know that other than the mercenaries, they were the only 3 survivors of the entire building. The other residents had all been killed. Shit! The mercenaries quickly took cover. Bam! Qin Zhao lifted the automatic rifle and began shooting. But he hit no one. To be honest, this was his true shooting standard. "Ha! Come! Weren't you wild just now? You just going to be cowards now?" Qin Zhao would seldom act this arrogantly. "Come out! Come and kill me!" All the mercenaries were annoyed, but given that they had no bullets, they could only let Qin Zhao scream and shout. "Mr. Qin! Stop shooting! Keep some bullets!" "Mr. Shen," Bill reminded. Thud. Qin Zhao pulled the trigger. "Fuck. We're out already." In movies that Qin Zhao had watched, people rarely ran out of bullets. It was as if everyone had an infinite clip. However, Chen Zhao's gun was out in less than a minute. Shit! Chen Zhao smashed the rifle on the floor in his anger. Just then, the mercenaries walked out from their cover. Their leader stared at Chen Zhao with a ferocious look. Looks like you're out of bullets too. Bill was speechless. Just moments ago, Chen Zhao had a godlike performance. But just when they had the advantage, Chen Zhao became full of himself and gave their advantage away. Now, they had fewer people than the mercenaries. Bill gritted his teeth. Mr. Chen, do you know how to fight? A bit. How many can you take? Bill asked. Dunno. The mercenary leader looked at Chen Zhao, Bill, and Yura. You want to fight? Come, we'll go one by one. Don't say that we're bullying you. But you have so many people. Yura shouted in fury. How about we both take this as a misunderstanding? Chen Zhao said shamelessly. I'll pretend that nothing happened. Ha! What do you think? The leader sneered. Bill still had to endure the pain in his shoulder. Mr. Chen, can you not fight? Then let me do it. No, I really can fight, Chen Zhao said. You and Yura just need to stand there and watch. Boss, let me do it. An extremely burly man walked out. Just then, the lights in the living room were switched on again. The electricity was back. The room was in a mess. Chen Zhao scanned around him. You don't have much time left. Are you sure you want to waste more time here? Don't worry. We'll still have enough time to retreat after killing you. Bill, cover Yura's eyes please, Chen Zhao said with a smile. Chapter 478, Image disappears instantly. Chapter 478, Image disappears instantly. What? I told you to cover Yura's eyes, Chen Zhao said. After all, if I get beaten up too badly later, it'll affect my image as her brother. Bill felt speechless. How come he could joke even in this situation? Kid, the big mercenary rasped out. Are you ready? I'm going to take revenge for my brothers. Chen Zhao reached out and squeezed his shoulders and neck. Shouldn't you be prepared to die when doing a job like yours? Why do you still want to take revenge? My actual brother died in your hands. Shouldn't I take revenge? Bobo, why are you wasting time talking? The mercenary leader yelled. Crush his head. Go die. Bill immediately covered Yura's eyes. Chen Zhao stepped forward and swung his right arm. Crack. The right fist of the mercenary named Bobo was instantly shattered. But Chen Zhao's punch didn't slow down. His fist smashed into Bobo's head without any delay. And Bobo's head exploded like a watermelon. What did it feel like to have 4 tons of power hit a human skull? Even iron would explode instantly, let alone flesh and bone. Bobo's headless body fell backward. The surroundings were splattered with brain matter and blood. Everyone present was stunned. They gaped at Chen Zhao, standing there with fists dripping with blood. What kind of power was this? Was this only knowing a bit of boxing? With one punch, he'd shattered Bobo's head, who was the best at boxing amongst them. Ah! Ah! Yura screamed. Even though Bill had covered her eyes, she'd still seen this terrifying sight. Chen Zhao looked back at her. Look, my image as a gentle brother disappeared instantly. Take her back to her room. Mr. Chen, are you sure you can do this alone? Bill could already tell that Chen Zhao was much more frightening than he'd imagined. At least, he'd lived for more than 30 years and never seen someone who could smash a skull like it was a watermelon. Even the most powerful boxing king couldn't do that. Don't worry. Don't come out unless I call you. No matter what he felt about Yura, she was still her sister. Chen Zhao didn't want her to see too many things that she shouldn't see at her age. Bill glanced at the mercenaries. In the end, he pulled Yura back into her room. Chen Zhao turned back at the mercenaries. Okay, let's decide. Who'll come next? Everyone, together. Chen Zhao went for the closest one. He grabbed one mercenary and smashed his head against the wall. A mercenary jabbed at the back of Chen Zhao's head with the butt of the rifle. Chen Zhao swung backward. The other man protected his head with both arms but couldn't prevent the result of getting his head split open. In an instant, Chen Zhao had killed 4 people. This time, he was really out for blood. He didn't show any mercy and was extremely cruel. He changed his previous habits. Who told you to come? Chen Zhao asked the mercenary leader. The leader pulled out a knife and pointed at Chen Zhao. Clearly, they still wanted to do a last struggle. Right then, all the mercenaries felt a cold gust. There was the shadow of the Grim Reaper behind Chen Zhao. Wielding a scythe, the Grim Reaper was digging something out of Bobo's body. Then the Grim Reaper seemed to say something to the Asian man's ears. Chen Zhao grinned. Whatever. I can dig out your secrets even if you die. Demon, demon. You're a demon. You're not human. Inside the room, Bill and Yura were a bit scared. They could hear the pained cries and wails of fear and despair. Aw. Don't kill me. Please, please. The demon is here, here. You shouldn't exist in the human world, you demon. The pained cries were like nightmarish wails. Even Bill, who'd experienced the Iraq War, felt chills and goosebumps. The only fortunate thing was that this man wasn't his enemy. After around 10 minutes, the voices gradually died down. There were no longer any sounds. Then the figure by the door moved. Chen Zhao came to the door. It's over. Bill didn't have Yura follow. He walked out alone and glanced outside. Then he quietly returned to Yura's side. Right now, Bill looked at Chen Zhao with subtle disgust. Yes, disgust. This was the cruelest person he'd ever seen. The scene outside let him see the savageness of Chen Zhao. He was inhumane. From that one glance, he saw a hellish and disgusting scene. Earlier, he'd thought that Yura's brother was polite and mannered. Now, it seemed that it was all his misjudgment. Chen Zhao had shoved a tempered bottle into a mercenary's mouth. It poked out of the neck. Another mercenary hung from a tempered clothes hanger. He hung by his eyes and swung slowly in the air. Yura was a bit frightened by Chen Zhao too. She hid in Bill's arms, not daring to look at Chen Zhao. After all, she was a 14-year-old girl. She hadn't even seen the outside world. All she could see every day was Bill and the TV. But today, she faced a terrorist attack and an older brother even more terrifying than the attack. Chen Zhao touched his nose. He'd indeed lost control earlier. I think you can use the phone now. Notify my mother and call the police. Chen Zhao's mother came and brought quite a few people. As soon as she arrived, she hugged Yura. Yura kept crying in her arms. After comforting Yura, she walked over to Chen Zhao's side. Chen Zhao, I heard from Bill that you did all this. Chen Zhao glanced at his mother. What, you think your son is a psycho? No. I just want to thank you for saving Yura. To be honest, Chen Zhao's mother was also scared by the scene when she arrived. The information she'd received clearly recorded most of Chen Zhao's experiences. He was a doctor in China and still a doctor overseas. She never knew that Qin Zhao had such terrifying killing techniques. She also didn't know how she should face Qin Zhao. However, she knew she couldn't reveal any fear or disgust. No matter how faint their relationship was, Qin Zhao was still her son. And Qin Zhao had done everything today to protect Yura. Chapter 479, Princess's Reciprocation. Chapter 479, Princess's Reciprocation. When will the police come? Don't wait for them. They'll never be here, Qin Zhao's mother said. If you're tired, I'll ask someone to send you back. No need. Qin Zhao shook his head. My car is in the garage downstairs. You sure I don't have to stay to make some recordings? Nope. You shouldn't be involved in the first place. Business competition. Kind of. Then I'm leaving now. Qin Zhao took in a deep breath and left. When he returned home, it was already past midnight. Qin Zhao jumped into Mirror Lake directly, enjoying a rare moment of peace. When he returned to the lakeside, he realized that Fei Lai was already there. Fei Lai, how come you're awake? The AI informed me, Fei Lai said. I thought you wouldn't be coming home today. Qin Zhao climbed out of the lake and Fei Lai wrapped a towel around him. I didn't even know you have a sister. It's also my first time seeing her, Qin Zhao said. When will you bring me to meet her? She has a troublesome illness. So I don't think I should bring anyone to her, Qin Zhao said. Even you can't cure her. Not sure. I have to do some research. Fei Lai did not ask further. From Qin Zhao's attitude, she could roughly tell that there was a problem between him and his family. That night, Qin Zhao did not touch Fei Lai, which was an uncommon sight. Qin Zhao had an extremely good sleep. The next day, he restored his normal state. In Fei Lai's opinion, Qin Zhao had really good self-adjustment. Fei Lai, don't go to work today. Follow me to Gaia Island. Let me call Robio. I'm not sure if he'll say yes. If he says no, I'll never let Walter go to the rescue team again. After a call, Fei Lai gave Qin Zhao a positive reply with a smile. The two boarded the newly rented speedboat and headed for Gaia Island. Compared to Qin Zhao, Fei Lai was more used to the wind and waves on the sea. Today, Fei Lai had a plain white dress and a sombrero. The wind was so strong that she had to hold the sombrero in place. Her delicate hair swung in the air, which made her more attractive. Qin Zhao could not help but hold Fei Lai's hand and rub it gently. Chen, look in front of you, or the speedboat is gonna be stranded. When they reached the temporary dock, Qin Zhao realized that it had been widened. Stephen must have received a significant amount of budget. In the distance, a 20-year-old man saw Fei Lai and licked his lips uncontrollably. That woman's really pretty. Is she a crew member too? The crew member beside him glanced at him and said, Mr. Valentine, you've just become the lead today. Try not to learn from the previous lead Libel who not only lost his job but also doesn't even dare to leave his house now. Valentine was stunned. Who's the guy beside that woman? He's Mr. Stephen's friend. Libel's reputation is ruined precisely because he offended that man. Please think carefully before attempting to make trouble with him. Valentine understood everything at once, even though the staff beside him had stopped talking. He would not be as foolish as Libel. In fact, he knew Libel's current state very well. To be honest, he should thank Qin Zhao. If Qin Zhao and Libel did not have the conflict, and if Libel was not blinded by his rage, Valentine would not be here. Chen, you're late again. Stephen ran toward Qin Zhao, unhappy. However, when he saw Fei Lai, he smiled at once. You must be Ms. Fei Lai Johnson. Can you please tell me what tricks this asshole used to chase you? I need to learn all of them. Chen Zhao clenched his fist so tightly that a bone-cracking sound could be heard, while Fei Lai smiled gently. He's locked all the tricks in a safe. Mr. Stephen, I hope my presence will not affect the filming. Can't you see that all the bastards here are looking at us? Stephen looked at the crew members. Hey, this lady's taken. Open your eyes before I throw you into Mariana Trench. Stephen was actually targeting a few specific people in the team. Having worked in Hollywood for so long, he knew the interests of many people. He would not care what those people had done in their lives. But if they were in his team, he had to warn them. Valentine withdrew his stare. While he was disappointed that such a beautiful lady did not belong to him, he knew his priorities. His career was clearly more important than a single lady. Valentine approached Chen Zhao and Fei Lai to greet them, and he was very polite. Soon, the actual filming began. Lucy was there too. In her free time, she came to say hi to Fei Lai. As the two chatted casually with each other, they became a hotspot on the island. After having lunch, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai bid goodbye to Stephen. Stephen had planned to film all the scenes with Amand in the first few days. By the sixth day, it was more or less done. Of course, if any scenes were added, Stephen would still need Amand's help. Chen Zhao agreed to this immediately. After all, Stephen was his old friend. When Gaia arrived at Chen Zhao's house, Chen Zhao was asleep on a sun lounger with a sun hat on his face. Chen. Gaia was a loud person. Chen Zhao almost thought it was thunder. Chen Zhao nearly fell on the ground. Gaia, why are you so early? Where's Tiger? I ran here. Took less time than I thought, Gaia said. Tiger probably needs another hour. Ran here. From your fitness center. Yup. That's about 60 kilometers, right? It's easier than I thought. Would you like to have something to drink? Water please. All right. I'll get it for you. Just as Chen Zhao left, Princess strolled toward Gaia. Princess, come. Gaia took out a piece of wax paper containing some sliced meat. She had salted them herself. In the past few days, she would always bring some for Princess. Princess had enjoyed the meat greatly every day. But today, Princess opened her mouth and a piece of sliced meat fell onto Gaia's hand. The meat even had some of her saliva on it. Gaia was stunned. You're offering this to me? Gaia did not know to cry or laugh. Every day, she had been feeding Princess. Now, Princess was trying to return the favor. Gaia looked at the piece of meat. Although it had some saliva on it, she still put the meat in her mouth, after which she rubbed Princess's head. Chapter 480, Female Dragon Unlocks Achievements. Chapter 480, Female Dragon Unlocks Achievements. What are you eating? Share some with me. Chen Zhao walked over. Princess gifted me a slice of meat. I don't know what kind of meat it is, but it's pretty good. Gaia chewed on the meat. Chewy too. The cup in Chen Zhao's hands crashed to the ground. A slice of meat. Is it spicy? Don't worry. I can eat spicy. Spit it out, spit it out. Chen Zhao freaked out. What? Spit it out. You can't eat that. Chen Zhao was panicking. What meat was that? It was from the wyvern and roasted by Oris dragon breath. Only those with demonic blood could enjoy it. Humans or animals without demonic blood would be burned to a crisp after eating it. Even a bit wasn't okay. He'd tested on a rat before. That rat just burns to a cinder on the spot. It's just a piece of meat, Gaia said, confused. Could it be poisonous? Since Chen Zhao could feed it to Princess, it obviously wouldn't be poisonous. Spit it out. Chen Zhao grabbed Gaia's chin. Chen, what are you doing? Spit it out, spit it out. You're hurting me. I'll spit it out, alright. Gaia spat out the chewed-up meat and looked at Chen Zhao, annoyed. Chen, what are you doing? You can't eat that meat. Why? Gaia wiped the sweat on her forehead. She felt really hot. Just then, Gaia realized that the sweat on her palm was hot. She hurriedly wiped it with a hand. The next moment, her arm started burning. Oh no, it's too late. Gaia suddenly knelt onto the ground. Her face started showing pain. It was a lot of pain. Unprecedented pain. It felt like her organs were burning and her blood was boiling. Chen, what's wrong? Chen Zhao stared at Gaia, feeling troubled. Should he take out the hybrid potion? Right then, Gaia sprinted toward the lake and dove into it. Gaia, come back. Chen Zhao hurriedly jumped into the water too. The water started bubbling and steaming. Dead fish floated to the surface. Chen Zhao was just about to get close, when the surrounding water started boiling. Even he couldn't get close. Damn it. The surrounding water was too hot. Chen Zhao tried many times, but he couldn't get close. Right then, Gaia broke out of the water. She seemed much more clear-headed. Chen, what's going on? How do you feel right now? I'm not sure. I feel. Whoosh. A beam of fire shot out of Gaia's mouth. Chen Zhao dove into the water in fright. Gaia covered her mouth, expression stunned. A moment later, Chen Zhao finally came out of the water. He stole a glance at Gaia. Gaia, will you spit fire at me again? What's going on? Why is this happening? Do you still feel uncomfortable? Answer my question first. What's happening to me? Answer my question first. Do you still feel uncomfortable? A bit, but not as much as. Whoosh. Thankfully, Gaia wasn't facing Chen Zhao this time. Chen, what exactly is wrong with me? She has demon blood. It seems to be dragon blood too. Abitos crawled over. Abitos was a mixed dragon, after all. He was the clearest about Gaia's situation. Chen Zhao stared at Gaia, surprised. This meant that Gaia could endure the wyvern meat without using the hybrid potion. What should she do now? She'll calm down after spitting out the first mouthful of fire, Abitos said. Then the dragon breath will recover slowly. This process is enough for her to learn how to control it. Chen Zhao immediately repeated Abitos' words to Gaia. Flames kept spewing out of Gaia's mouth. Thankfully, she was in the lake and didn't cause a fire. After more than 10 minutes, Gaia finally emptied the fire in her mouth. Can you spit out more? Chen Zhao asked. Gaia opened her mouth and tried. She spat out some remaining sparks but didn't continue. Okay, we'll talk after we get on land. Gaia followed Chen Zhao onto land and kept staring at him. That piece of meat has a special effect. Only people with special lineages can eat it. If regular people or animals eat it, they'll burn to death. What kind of special lineages are you talking about? For example, you have dragon blood, Chen Zhao said. What you just spat out was dragon breath. You better learn how to control it. You can't use it before regular people. Gaia felt her body. It really did feel different from before. She was filled with strength. Gaia looked at Chen Zhao with confusion. Do you have dragon blood too? No, I'm more complicated and I can't breathe fire. Then, do you have special abilities? Gaia asked. After a moment of silence, Chen Zhao said, my right arm is my special ability. Right arm? You mean, it's a bit stronger? Chen Zhao shrugged and opened the cursed eye. Gaia had a fright. But then she saw Chen Zhao's right arm swell until it was like a huge hammer. It was even bigger than his body. The skin on the arm shone with metallic light. Does this count as a superpower? Okay, don't think too much. It looks powerful, but it's not that useful. Chen Zhao put the mouth of gluttony and cursed eye away. I want to borrow your dumbbell. Chen Zhao led Gaia to the backyard. Gaia tried the 500-kilogram plate. It was a bit difficult, but it wasn't her limit. After a few tries, Gaia estimated that her arm strength was practically at 700 kilograms. This is also the change brought by that piece of meat. That meat was only the lead. The true change is your own body. You were planning on using this method to strengthen Tiger and I. Of course not. I didn't know you have a special lineage before. How could I use this method? If something went wrong, you would turn into charcoal and I'd have to destroy your corpse. Then what did you plan on doing? I made a potion that can make people get close to or minorly surpass a human's limit. You don't need it anymore though. Right now, Gaia was a true human-shaped dragoness, the type that could spit fire. Don't tell Tiger. After all, you're not a normal human anymore. If news of this spreads, I can't be sure if you'll be sent to some research lab and dissected. I know without you telling me, Gaia said. Oh, is there more meat? I can eat that meat freely now, right? I'll bring you some next time I visit you. Chapter 481, The Closest Person. Chapter 481, The Closest Person. Chen Zhao clearly did not expect Gaia's changes. Luckily, Chen Zhao trusted Gaia's personality. She did not display her changes before Tiger. Moreover, she was not frustrated by her changes. She was the kind of person who wanted to become strong. In fact, she was even delighted by her new powers. That night, Chen Zhao scolded all the pets, including Princess. For the last few days, he had been really bored. There was neither any client nor anything interesting. He had just been training Tiger, or conducting various experiments in the space crevice. Mom, what if brother doesn't welcome me? Yura asked, worried. Don't worry. Your brother will definitely welcome you, Mother said softly as she held Yura's shoulder. Boss, we're here. Bill stopped the car. Wow! Is this brother's house? It's amazing. Yura gaped at the villa before her, which blended perfectly into the relaxing environment. It was Mother's first time here too. She heard from Chen Zhao that he had bought a piece of land and built his own house. She thought that Chen Zhao must be having a good life in America. However, she just realized that Chen Zhao's life was not just good, but outstanding. There was no way a middle-class person could build such an excellent villa. Suddenly, an enormous beast appeared before the three, whose faces paled at once. It was a bear whose weight was probably 10 times their weights combined. Bill was about to draw his gun, but Princess did not walk any closer. Instead, she stared at the three, confused. She could tell from Mother and Yura's smell that they were somehow related to Chen Zhao. Just then, 2 wolves appeared before them. They were similarly formidably large. The 3 giants stood in a row and stared at Yura and Mother. Boss, let's get back onto the car. They're probably my son's pets. Mother was uncertain as well. Mother thought about it. Princess, Black Ma and White Ma had no intention to attack them. Mother took out her phone and called Chen Zhao, Chen Zhao, Yura and I are in front of your house now. Are you home? Chen Zhao, who was in the forecourt, immediately jumped up and ran toward them. Why are you here? You should have informed me in advance. Mother was speechless when she saw Chen Zhao in casual shorts. You're really free. Brother. Are they your pets? Yes. Chen Zhao waved his arm. Princess, Black Ma and White Ma left to play by themselves. However, suddenly, Abitos crawled toward them, which frightened the three once again. He was chased away by Chen Zhao at once. Chen Zhao, how many pets do you have? Quite a lot. Very soon, Yura and Mother discovered more pets. Chen Zhao even had a few lion cubs which ran around them. Yura sat in a tight spot. Because of her condition, she had not contacted other animals. Ms., be careful, there's a snake there. Yura immediately jumped away. Just then, Chen Zhao walked up with some tea. Don't be scared. He doesn't bite. It was a colorful venomous snake. Who would believe that it did not bite? Yura did. Brother, can I touch him? Yura did not dare to touch the other pets, but she wanted to touch Raymond. Yes, Chen Zhao nodded. Mother watched in worry as Raymond crawled to Yura's legs and coiled up there. It's cold. Seeing how docile Raymond was, Mother heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Zhao, come here. I have something to talk to you. Yura, you can play with Raymond for now, Chen Zhao said. Then, he followed his mother to the courtyard. Chen Zhao, can I ask you to take care of Yura for a few days? Chen Zhao kept silent. Although he had many secrets at home, his mother had already brought Yura here. He could not reject her. Are you sure she can have contact with the external environment? Mother looked at Chen Zhao. Yura told me that you gave her something to drink that day. Her immune system seems to have improved greatly. Yes. Chen Zhao did not deny it. Thank you. Anyway, she's my younger sister. Chen Zhao was willing to take care of Yura. Whether his relationship with his mother was distant or close, Yura was his sister. Mother had brought Yura here precisely because Chen Zhao was able to take care of and protect her. At the moment, she was entangled in her company business, but her competitor actually threatened her with Yura's safety. Therefore, she had to find someone who was trustworthy and could protect Yura. Chen Zhao was perhaps not too close to her, but he would not harm Yura. In addition, Chen Zhao was really an exceptional doctor. Since young, Yura had been unable to leave a pure air environment, but Chen Zhao solved the problem. Yura's immune system had begun to function again, for which Mother was truly elated. Perhaps Yura would still die before 18, but at least she would not die alone. Before the end of her life, she would at least have friends and a life of her own. Recently, my company and another pharmaceutical company have been competing for a market across the Pacific. We produce the same types of medicine, and the market involves tens of billions of dollars, so competition is really intense. Yura's father was supposed to be the heir of his family, but after his death, all his properties are now under me. Nevertheless, there's a rule in his family: if he doesn't have a child, they have to choose another heir. The young generation in his family craves my properties, so as long as Yura is dead, they might become the new heir. I don't know who they're colluding with, but they're trying to affect my decisions in the company so that they can get their hands onto the market first. Chen Zhao did not expect competition in the pharmaceutical industry to be this cruel. They had even used illegal means and attacked the family of their competitor. Who's your competitor? Chen Zhao asked. Forget it. They're a huge billionaire. They can even start a war with their armed forces, Mother said. Don't worry. I'm just asking so that I can be prepared. Able Pharmaceuticals, Mother said. Don't even think about using violent means. It's useless. Even if you kill their chairman, their successor would use similar methods to compete with my company. Mother was scared that Chen Zhao would attack the company alone in his hot-headedness. Even though they were not close, Chen Zhao was still her son. Chapter 482, I still have a lot of room for improvement. Chapter 482, I still have a lot of room for improvement. Yura, you can play with your brother for a few days. I'll come to pick you up after I finish the things at hand. Chen Zhao's mother and Bill left, leaving Yura behind. After Yura picked up Raymond, she couldn't put him back down. Her mom didn't know what to say about this. Chen Zhao had so many animals in his home. Some were small and furry, but Yura only liked the poisonous snake. Thankfully, Raymond wouldn't bite people for no reason, especially since this was Chen Zhao's sister. Chen Zhao knew that his mom didn't only bring Bill. There were a dozen cars parked on the street. Her bodyguards could probably start a battle too. When Fei Lai returned, a line of cars happened to pass by her. Fei Lai saw the rear window of one car roll down. There was an Asian woman sitting there. Fei Lai's heart jumped. She subconsciously realized that this woman might have something to do with Chen Zhao. When she got to the door, she saw a little girl with milky skin lying on the sofa and playing with Raymond. Fei Lai entered the room. Hi, 36D. Yura looked at Fei Lai's chest and then at her own flat plane. She almost cried from anger. I'll be bigger than you in the future. I still have room for improvement, but you're already at the limit. Fei Lai smiled and shook her head. She saw that Chen Zhao was sleeping under the sun in the yard. This guy even forgot that the inferior demons wouldn't come out to work when there were guests. He was probably waiting for food to show up before him. 36D, aren't you afraid of Raymond? Why should I be afraid? Raymond is a good boy. Also, my name is Yura, not 36D. Raymond likes being under the sun. You should take him to sunbathe. Really, Raymond? If Yura stayed inside, none of them would be able to eat dinner. After getting used to the days of being served, Fei Lai had become a bit lazy too. The inferior demons were indeed great helpers in the house. They were very fast at all sorts of housework. Fei Lai and Chen Zhao didn't even know when they learned to make Chinese food. Yura brought Raymond out to sunbathe. The inferior demons came out immediately to prepare dinner. They knew time was tight, so they moved speedily, working together seamlessly. Even Fei Lai could tell that Yura was sick from her paleness. At the dinner table, Yura asked, "Brother, can I sleep with Raymond at night?" "As long as you're happy," Chen Zhao asked. "Is the food okay?" "I've never eaten something so good before," Yura answered. Chen Zhao didn't continue asking. He knew what kind of life Yura lived before. She'd just come to this unfamiliar environment. Chen Zhao was worried that she wasn't used to it, so he stayed beside Yura at night, coaxing her to sleep. At night, Yura heard soft noises. She opened her eyes. She seemed to see some small things running around the forest outside her window. Because it was night, she couldn't see the things clearly. She could only see that they had 4 limbs like humans, but they were only half her height. They seemed to be watering the plants, running inside and out. Yura wanted to find a flashlight, but she couldn't find one in her room. She left her room. From upstairs, she could see that the living room TV was on. Some of the small things sat before the TV. Because they faced the light, she could only see their silhouette. The TV volume was low, but Yura could see that it was a cooking show. "Why don't you put on Chinese cooking?" A asked. "We've watched this Western barbecue 20 times. Chinese cooking is on cable," B said. "It cost Master $3 the last time we watched." Do you know what $3 means? C added. 3 hot dogs. That's 1 meal. We wasted 1 meal's worth of money for Master. Okay, let's continue to watch Western Barbecue, A said. Right then, D said, when I peeked at the show list yesterday, I saw a show called Hell's Kitchen. Maybe it's related to hell. Should we watch? Who'd be clearer about hell's recipes than us? Ha! Yura made a noise of surprise. In an instant, the inferior demons scattered. 3 seconds later, another small inferior demon ran out. Manager, turn off the TV. Then the demon vanished into a dark corner. Yura was very intrigued. What exactly were these things? And what exactly were they blabbering about? The entire time, Yura could only understand the last sentence, Manager, turn off the TV. Yura wasn't afraid. She was just confused. She went downstairs and started searching for the beings. But she couldn't find them anywhere. It was like they'd completely disappeared. Yura walked outside with her bare feet. She was filled with curiosity. But when she left the house, the little guys busying in the forest were gone too. I can't see a single one. Are they hiding from me? Come out. Yura called. I saw you. But it was silent. No one answered her. Chen, wake up. Fei Lai pushed Qin Zhao, who was deep in sleep. Fei Lai. What time is it? I think Yura ran outside. Qin Zhao shot up. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the dark sky outside. He hurried outside the house and saw Yura running around the forest with bare feet. Yura, it's so late. How come you're out here? Go back and sleep. Brother, I saw little elves. What little elves? Sleep. It's true. Are you dreaming? I'm not dreaming. I'm serious. Okay, you saw it. Only good children can see them. Yura looked at Qin Zhao with a weird gaze. Brother, I'm not a kid anymore. Don't try to lie to me like that. Also, why are you looking at me like that? Are big boobs the only sign of maturity? I'm telling you, I'll be big in the future too. Really big. Okay, I believe you. I believe you'll be really big in the future. You clearly don't believe me. Yura glared at Qin Zhao. This girl really isn't cute. You didn't hit puberty even though you're 14. That's not my fault. Brother, you're such a good doctor. You can make me grow bigger and faster, right? Don't ask your brother for a boob job, okay? Chapter 483, Online Shopping is Risky. Chapter 483, Online Shopping is Risky. Helpless, Qin Zhao made a promise which he was not confident at all. Only then did Yura reluctantly return to bed. Brother, remember your promise. I must get 36D. What? How much are you misinterpreting your current size? Yura walked toward her room, leaving many black footprints on the floor. Behind her, a group of underlings, with rag in their hands, were ready to go. The next day, Yura woke up very early. Qin Zhao and Fei Lai were still sleeping. But when she went downstairs, she realized there was movement in the kitchen. Yura ran into the kitchen to discover that the stove was on. There was even a fried egg in the pan above it. Beside the stove was a glass of milk. A few pieces of bread popped out from the toaster. I knew it. There have to be little elves somewhere. Yura suddenly ran back to the living room and saw a greenish thing disappear behind the sofa. Come here. I saw you. Yura leaped on the sofa but did not find anything. Soon, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai woke up. After washing up, they still felt rather sleepy. When they went to the living room, they saw Yura standing there with her arms crossed, her face filled with a displeased look. Yura, morning. Yura was still unhappy about how she failed to catch the little elf. She stared at Chen Zhao and Fei Lai. They were not at all surprised by the prepared breakfast, as if they were already used to it. They definitely knew what was going on. However, Yura knew that they would not answer her truthfully. It's fine. You cannot argue with me after I find the evidence myself. As usual, Fei Lai kissed Chen Zhao goodbye. Then, Chen Zhao jumped into the lake and started swimming. The morning lake water was very cold. But it could stimulate one's cells. This was why some old people liked to swim in winter. The coldness could activate their cells and burn their fats to produce heat. Those with less active cells could use such stimulation to let their bodies temporarily regain its vigor. Of course, it would not work for everyone. Firstly, winter swimming was rather dangerous. If the rate of fat burning was too slow, the coldness would paralyze one's limbs, which could lead to nerve injuries. One had to slowly adapt to the temperature, and not jump into freezing water directly. That would be suicide instead of winter swimming. Yura sat beside the lake. She touched the water with her toe and immediately withdrew it. It's freezing. Hi, are you Ms. Herretia? Yes. We're from Hexagram Delivery. Your items are here. Carry them to the warehouse at the back, please. After the worker did so, the person in charge asked for Herretia's signature. Miss Herretia, you're trying to make a magic puppet, right? Ha! You can tell. All the items you've ordered are materials needed for magic puppets, the person in charge said with a smile. Herretia signed the paper and the delivery people left. Then, she began to assemble the magic puppet. Every good sorcerer-killer must know how to make and repair magic machinery. The creation and assembly of a magic puppet was complicated and tedious. For this, Herretia had specially rented a house in Mountain Town. With the entire afternoon, she finally completed the upper body of the puppet. Praise you, life born from violence. Please hear my call and awake from chaos. Herretia waited for a long while, but the puppet did not move. She cast the spell again. Please awake. Why is it not moving? Herretia examined the puppet and discovered the problem at once. Damn, the magic stone is empty. In her anger, she called the platform Hexagram. Hi, how may I help you? Hello, I'm making a complaint. The magic stone that I bought from your platform is empty. It doesn't even have a bit of magical power. Sorry, but did you check the items before signing the paper? What? I bought the items from your platform because I trusted you. We're not responsible for items that have been signed. How can you sell fake items to me? Very sorry, but we can't be sure if you've used the magical power in the stone, so we cannot accept your complaint. I curse you. I curse that you go bankrupt. Herretia roared. Thank you for your feedback. We'll continue to improve. How else may I help you? All of you, go die. Don't let me find any of you, or I'll turn you into mummies. Thank you for your suggestion. If you are satisfied with the service, please press 1. Very satisfied, press 2. Extremely satisfied, press 3. If you do not require any other help, please hang up. Herretia flung the phone on the floor in fury. Assholes! But there was nothing she could do since the items were already here. Herretia could only remove the magic stone and fill it with her own magical power. While a magic stone could be used repeatedly, filling it would use all her magical power. Therefore, in the next 10 days, Herretia would neither be able to cast a spell nor have the energy to continue her task. Chen, I've finished making the magical power potions. You can come and take them now. Sure. Chen Zhao hung up. He turned to look at Yura. Yura, let's go out and play. No. I'm staying here. Yura could not forget the little elves that would do housework at home. In her mind, she was determined to find them. Chen Zhao was speechless. Do you still want your 36D? Chen Zhao's face darkened. He was precisely worried that Yura would explore the house randomly. It would be troublesome if she were to go downstairs. In basement 2, Hellhound and Little Nine were still sleeping. Yura lowered her head and stared at the wide view before her chest. She was clearly hesitant. You promised I'll become 36D, right? Yes, I'll think of something, but you have to listen to me. Fine. Where are we going? A friend's house, Chen Zhao said. What's there to play with in your friend's house? Nothing. Then why must you bring me along? I'm worried that you'll be lonely here. I will not. Just listen to me. Chen Zhao's face darkened. Do you still want 36D? This again. Can you threaten me with something else? I don't care, as long as it works. Chapter 484, Open the Second Eye. Chapter 484, Open the Second Eye. Chen Zhao knocked on the door of Sienna's home. When Sienna saw Yura beside Chen Zhao, she was a bit surprised. Chen, who's this little girl? My sister, Chen Zhao said. Rupert was also in Sienna's home. Chen Zhao glanced at her. Why is she here? She helped when collecting the ingredients, Sienna said. I promised to give her some. Okay, if that was the case, then Chen Zhao had no objections. Surely, come meet Yura, Chen Zhao said. And help me take care of her. Brother, she doesn't look any older than me. Yura pulled on Chen Zhao's sleeves. She felt insulted. How come a girl younger than her could take care of her? Shirley did a backflip and landed steadily on her feet. Can you do that? Shirley asked provocatively. Yura was dumbfounded. You're powerful. Of course. I can beat up 4 or 5 adults. Can you teach me? Your brother is better. Why don't you have him teach you? Yura looked back at Chen Zhao. My brother is scary. Shirley rolled her eyes as if saying, you don't say. Who doesn't know that? Chen Zhao accepted the 2 bottles that Sienna gave him. The potion inside shimmered with purple light. Regular drinks or food wouldn't shine like this. If one didn't know the ingredients, people may easily mistake it as some chemicals. Chen Zhao shook the magic potion. How do I use this? Just drink it straight up. Chen Zhao thought about that and asked, can I drink it now? Sure. 2 bottles. If you have enough potential, then you can absorb the potion of both bottles, Sienna explained. If you don't, you'll be wasting the extras. However, 1 bottle is definitely enough for 1 person. How do I know if I'll waste the extras or not? Chen Zhao asked. The feeling of fullness, Rupert said. The more potion you drink, the fuller you'll feel. Chen Zhao put it away. He decided to try it later at home. Sienna glanced at him. You won't try it now. She wanted to see what Chen Zhao's limit was. After all, Chen Zhao was so strong in her eyes, strong to the point of being terrifying. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. Will there be any special reactions after drinking the potion? Everyone has different reactions, Sienna said. What was your reaction? Chen Zhao asked curiously. I haven't drunk it yet. Rupert did earlier. Her body glowed for more than 10 minutes. Rupert looked at Chen Zhao provocatively. My magic is now twice as strong. I might not be any weaker than you. Chen Zhao was too lazy to waste time with Rupert. This girl just needed a lesson. It seemed that of all the kids that he knew, only Shirley was more obedient. Of course, her obedience was only relative. Shirley matured earlier and had experienced some things. Compared to other kids, she had a dark past, so she was more mannered. Chen Zhao suddenly remembered what Sienna had asked him for help with. Last time he went to hell, Chen Zhao had specifically asked Beelzebub Sophie about werewolf blood. He'd wanted to find a chance to tell Shirley, but she seemed to have gone out with Yura to play. Chen Zhao took out the cork on the potion bottle and started chugging it. He could clearly feel that the potion turned into a cyclone in his stomach. The cyclone started converging in his stomach. This was Chen Zhao's first time feeling the presence of magic clearly. In the past, he knew that magic existed. Magic power was just like strength. You knew that it existed, but you weren't sure how much you had or how much you used up. Even more, you couldn't know how much more you had to use. Now, he also understood why magic was known as qi, or gas, in the East. But right now, a portion of the qi branched out of the cyclone and started flowing toward his right arm. It also formed a cyclone in the center of his right forearm. How do you feel? Sienna asked. The magic is gathered here, but I don't feel anything. Chen Zhao shook his head. He didn't feel full right now. It felt like he'd just taken a sip of water. Drink another bottle. Sienna found this normal. Everyone had witnessed Chen Zhao's strength. So, it was normal that he didn't feel full after one bottle. This meant that he had strong potential. Chen Zhao drank another bottle. The process was the same as before. The cyclone in his abdomen grew bigger now, but another segment branched out and gathered in his arm. What about now? Still no feeling. Drink this one. Sienna handed Chen Zhao a third bottle. Sienna, isn't this yours? One bottle is enough for me, Sienna said. The extras aren't effective for me. Sienna was speaking the truth. She had very average potential. She was a spiritualist who'd woken up on the first night. This was the level of most spiritualists. Of course, even if she didn't drink it, this potion was still extremely valuable. However, Chen Zhao had helped her many times. Plus, she wouldn't be able to get this potion if not for Chen Zhao. Thus, she was willing to give Chen Zhao some more of the potion. Chen Zhao considered this. Then he picked up the third bottle and drank it. He finally started feeling a bit full. The cyclone in his abdomen started tightening. At the same time, a different feeling came from his arm. It was a familiar feeling. Chen Zhao felt that a second eye was about to open in his arm. The second eye was right at his wrist. There was already a crack. At the same time, the cyclone in his abdomen branched out like a tree. Magic started going to his entire body, but they were mostly connecting to the right arm. This time, Chen Zhao's mouth of gluttony didn't go out of control. Everything was done under Chen Zhao's control. Rupert and Sienna witnessed this all, the second eye on Chen Zhao's arm. The eye moved around as if observing the surroundings. Chen Zhao didn't know what special power the second eye. The demonic bloodline all had special abilities after being activated. For example, the first one had curse vision. He just didn't know what the second one could do. Do you want to drink the fourth bottle too? Sienna looked at Chen Zhao's unfulfilled expression. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. Then, how about you make some more bottles? I'll give you more bones. Chapter 485, Wolf Nature. Chapter 485, Wolf Nature. Chen Zhao still did not feel full. He poured the fourth potion into his mouth. Immediately, all the qi flowed into his right arm. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's right arm enlarged, pushing Sienna and Rupert aside. Crack! His arm fell and broke the floor. Sienna and Rupert had seen the special power of Chen Zhao's right arm, but they had never seen it become so huge. At the moment, his arm was at least 2,000 kilograms and had a metallic luster all over. However, Chen Zhao felt normal, as if his arm weighed the same as before. Shrink. Chen Zhao thought that he had more control over his right arm. It was probably because his magical power had been enhanced. He believed that the amount of magical power potion he had consumed had reached its threshold. The qi cyclone in his abdomen could no longer be absorbed. Hence it flowed into his arm. How do you feel? I think I've reached my limit. Chen Zhao withdrew his right arm and waved it. Then, he took out 3 bones from Samuel Logan's corpse and gave them to Sienna. After all, Sienna had gathered the other materials and made all the potions by herself. But she had offered her own share to him. Chen Zhao had to return the favor. Rupert stared at the 3 bones, her eyes glittering brightly. Her expression really betrayed her real thought. Don't do anything funny, Chen Zhao warned, widening his eyes at Rupert. Rupert pursed her lips. She really wanted the bones, but she would clearly not admit it before Chen Zhao. Anyhow, she could ask Sienna after Chen Zhao left. Sienna would always agree to her requests. Therefore, Rupert was confident that she could get them in the end. Chen Zhao glanced at the time. It was already late. Where did Yura and Cheryl go? Time to call them back. At the moment, the 2 girls were playing on the swing in the park. It was already evening, so the park was rather empty. Yura enviously stared at Cheryl, who dared to do all kinds of dangerous actions on the swing. Yura was not that brave, but she still enjoyed watching. Yura, look closely. Cheryl used some force and the swing turned 360 degrees in the air. However, she did not grab onto the swing tightly enough and flew out at once. Ah! Cheryl! Yura was astonished. The next moment, Cheryl jumped up from the ground again. Ha! I'm fine. That's such a bad fall. And you're fine. You sure? Absolutely. Cheryl patted the dirt off her clothes. Not far away from them, a car had been parked for a long time. There were 4 people in the car. At the moment, they were discussing something among them. Iber, the target is playing with another girl. Are you sure she doesn't have any bodyguards hiding around here? Yes. There's almost no one in the park. Shall we inform the boss? Of course not. Do you want someone else to come and snatch our credit? Exactly. It's just 2 girls, and there's 4 of us. Let's go. We need to do it before they run away. The 4 people alighted from the car and walked toward Yura and Cheryl. Yura was enjoying herself with Cheryl when she suddenly saw 4 people approach them. Subconsciously, she felt that they looked like bad guys. Cheryl, let's go back. It's late. Yup, let's go. Let's go the other way. Why take the longer path? We're just a few minutes away from home. Cheryl realized that Yura was looking anxiously at something behind her. She turned her head and saw the 4 people. Are they bad guys? I dunno, but they don't look nice to me. Cheryl pulled Yura. Let's go. Chase them. Realizing that they had been discovered, the 4 immediately gave chase. Unfortunately, Yura was not a good runner. Thin and weak, she was already panting heavily after a minute. The 4 caught up with Yura and Cheryl very easily. One of them, a man with a messy beard and a knitted hat, drew his gun and pointed it at the 2 girls. Ha! Why don't you keep running? Bang! Suddenly, there was a gunshot. Cheryl collapsed onto the ground. The person who had just fired was a bald man with a mustache and a skull tattoo on his head. What are you doing? I was talking. The other three were startled. Even they did not expect their companion to fire suddenly. We don't know when something unexpected will happen. Let's be quick and direct. Mission first. After we finish the mission, you can chat with as many women as you like. The bald man pointed his gun at Yura, who was trembling in fear. Suddenly, however, Cheryl, who was lying on the ground, coughed loudly. Then, she sprang up from the ground, defying all laws of physics. Her cheeks were twitching slightly as if she was in great pain. Cheryl reached for the wound on her chest and pulled the bullet out by force. The four people were flabbergasted. Was this something a 12-year-old girl could be able to do? Anyway, they had never seen such a brutal girl. Violence toward others meant nothing. The terrifying bit was Cheryl's violence toward herself. Cheryl twisted her neck and a ferocious smile appeared on her face. Standing behind her, Yura shivered. She could see fur appearing on Cheryl's hands. Moreover, her fingernails turned into sharp claws. All of a sudden, Cheryl moved. Bang, bang. The bald man fired twice, and only one hit Cheryl. However, she did not stagger even slightly and continued charging forward with her body bent. The next instant, Cheryl leaped at the bald man with a mustache and knocked him onto the ground. The bald man lifted his gun and was about to fire again when Cheryl struck his wrist with her claws. His entire hand dropped off. Roar! Ah! The bald man screamed in misery. Cheryl scratched and stabbed the bald man repeatedly and wildly. In no time, his body was badly mutilated and covered in blood. Run! It's a monster! It's a monster! The other three no longer had the courage to face Cheryl, who was obviously not a normal human. Even though they had guns, they did not attack her. In their opinion, the monster before them could not be killed with bullets. Nevertheless, Cheryl would not let them off so easily. She bounded forward and pushed the man with knitted hat onto the ground. Her claws went straight into his back and emerged from the front. The remaining two people ran even faster, but Cheryl still caught up with them very soon. One of them shot his companion's leg as he continued to escape. Just then, he saw a few people walking toward him. The man shouted in delighted, "Help! Help!" Chapter 486, Killing. Chapter 486, Killing. Iber thought that if he tried the same trick, the little monster would turn her attention on the man and women instead of chasing after him. Iber arrived before Chenzhao, Sienna, and Rupert. But before he could act, Chenzhao already sent him down with a punch and took his gun. "What are you doing? There's a monster and Hell-Lip." Chenzhao dragged Iber towards Cheryl's direction. Iber wanted to struggle, but he couldn't at all. His arm was dislocated, but Chenzhao was still dragging him back. When they reached Cheryl, Chenzhao tossed Iber before her. Cheryl looked up and pounced. "Ah, and Hell-Lip, and Hell-Lip, help!" Right now, Cheryl was all bloody. "Chen and Hell-Lip, Cheryl is only 12 and Hell-Lip, you shouldn't let her kill someone." Sienna stared at Chenzhao with grievances. "Now is the right time," Chenzhao said. "If you wait until she's 13, she'll have lost control completely. I already asked my friend. Cheryl is a mixed werewolf. She still thinks of herself as a human in her mind. She can only become a true werewolf by abandoning her identity." "What do you mean?" "Kill," Chenzhao said. "Killing a human means killing her identity as a human." Then she'd be recognized by her wolf bloodline. What'll happen if she doesn't become a true werewolf? She'll be corroded by her beast side and become a true beast. By then, either you kill her or she'll kill you. Then what will she turn into now? Other than becoming stronger, she'll have some mental trauma. Chen Zhao shrugged helplessly. Cheryl is still Cheryl. She won't change because of this. Chen Zhao looked toward her. Cheryl, how do you feel right now? Cheryl raised her head. She touched her face with a bloody paw. Then she turned toward Yura. Yura was a bit afraid of her. This hurt Cheryl and made her feel down. This may be the first friendship of her life. Yura was different from Chen Zhao, Sienna, and Chris. To her, they were seniors, like an older brother and sister. She could rely on them. But she felt that Yura was her friend. At least, there was a moment where she truly felt that Yura was her friend. That was why she'd risked everything to protect Yura. But now, Yura's fear hurt like a needle in her heart. It was worse than getting shot. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. Yura. Finally, Yura gathered her courage and walked over. She opened her arms and hugged Cheryl. Cheryl, thank you for not abandoning me. I'll never abandon you either. Wah! Cheryl cried out loudly. Cheryl, I shouldn't have hesitated. I'll never hesitate again. And Helip, and Helip, are you two going to keep hugging and acting chummy, or should we take care of this problem first? Hand it to me, Rupert said. I promise there won't be any trace. You? Yura glanced at Rupert. She looked like a 7 or 8-year-old girl. How could she take care of the corpses and blood everywhere? Okay, it's yours, Sienna said. If you do it cleanly, you get a share too. Brother, can Cheryl come to our house for a few days? Yura asked, pulling Chen Zhao's hand. Chen Zhao turned toward Sienna. Can she? As long as Cheryl agrees, I won't object. Cheryl, let's sleep together tonight, Yura said. Before becoming a true werewolf, there was a conflict between the human and wolf side. As she grew older, the wolf side would slowly overtake the human side. But after the kill, Cheryl's two natures became one. Now, there were no more worries that Cheryl would suddenly lose control. And Helip. Chen, are you coming back tonight? Yeah, Yura and I are almost home. Cheryl's coming too. Prepare more dinner. By now, Chen Zhao was on the way back. After hanging up, Chen Zhao looked at Cheryl. Cheryl, does your chest still hurt? No, Cheryl said. My blood helps me heal really quickly. Yura got close to Cheryl's ears and whispered, Cheryl, my brother has little elves in his house. Can you help me catch them at night? Cheryl glanced at her. Are you sure? I'm sure, and Helip, Yura told Cheryl everything that she saw. Even though Cheryl was already a true werewolf now, she was still a kid and not much different from Yura. After getting home, Feilai went over to hug Cheryl when she saw her. Cheryl, welcome. Feilai, why didn't you hug me when I came? Yura said angrily with a pout. Then how about I make it up to you now? No. I'm already hurt. You hurt me. And Helip. Cheryl, are you sleeping? No. Cheryl opened her eyes. Remember what we said earlier? Yeah, and Helip, what do we do now? Don't make a sound or open the door, Yura whispered. The AI system would notice. We'll go from the window. The two opened the window and followed the rooftop to the balcony on the other side. Do you see the little guys down there? Cheryl looked at the busy little things in the forest with shock. Her vision was much clearer than Yura. She could see creatures in the night. They seemed to be fertilizing the trees and plants. There really were elves. Chen Zhao must be raising them. Thus, she definitely couldn't hurt them, or else Chen Zhao would be angry. Cheryl was very afraid of Chen Zhao. She was clear how terrifying Chen Zhao was. Even after becoming a true werewolf and becoming much stronger, she still knew how scary Chen Zhao was. Can you catch them? Yura asked. I don't know. They're really fast. First, she definitely couldn't hurt these little elves. Thus, she couldn't use all her might to kill them. Cheryl wasn't confident. You can jump down from this height, right? I've jumped from even higher places. It's okay, Cheryl said confidently. She took 2 steps back, sped up, and jumped off the balcony. She landed heavily on the ground. But the next moment, she felt something wrap around her legs. Vines? Where did vines come from? Next, the vines constricted. Cheryl cried out and she was hanging upside down in the air. Chen, are the 2 girls messing around again? Ignore them. Sleep. Without opening his eyes, Chen Zhao pulled Fei Lai into his arms and continued sleeping happily. Chapter 487, Howard Dark. Chapter 487, Howard Dark. The next day. Stretching his arms, Chen Zhao walked into the living room. Yura ran over, her eyes red. Brother, quickly help Cheryl. What happened to her? Chen Zhao asked despite already knowing the answer. She's trapped by a vine and been hanging for the whole night. Under Yura's constant pulling, Chen Zhao unwillingly entered the backyard. He saw Cheryl who had been hanging on the tree for the night. He had long expected Yura and Cheryl's plan last night. Hence, he asked Eugenius to set a trap and wait for the 2 to enter. Anyway, given how fit Cheryl was, nothing would happen to her. How do you feel? Chen, I won't do it again. Please let me down. The cold wind for the entire night had cleared her mind. She should just be obedient while in Chen Zhao's house. Trying to be funny with him would probably not end well for her. Chen Zhao put Cheryl back on the ground and glanced at the 2. Go and have breakfast. Cheryl left in dejection. Yura peeked at Chen Zhao and followed Cheryl. Nonetheless, they were kids, after all. Soon, they forgot all this and began playing again. They ran all over the villa and eventually found their swimwear. Yura, come into the water. I don't know how to swim. Before this, Yura had rarely left her house, not to mention swimming. Although the lake was blue and clear, Yura still did not dare to go in. To her, the expansive lake was filled with uncertainty and danger. Don't be scared. I'll teach you. Last night, I saw a very big shadow in the water. Yura was still somewhat anxious. Ha! Did Chen not tell you? There's a whale down here. Stop lying. I know that whales live in the sea. There can't be a whale here. Amon. Amon, Cheryl shouted at the lake. Her voice traveled a long distance and kept echoing on the lake. Suddenly, the water in the distance rose up. Yura stood on the shore, stunned, as she stared at the huge shadow below the waves. The shadow continued to near the shore. Yura could hardly think. Suddenly, the shadow jumped out of the lake. Its enormous body filled Yura's vision. Splash! The huge wave sent Cheryl out of the lake, while Yura was knocked onto the ground too. It was probably the most incredible thing she had seen in her life. At the moment, Yura's mind was occupied by the image of the powerful giant and its mighty aura. What's that? Killer whale. His name is Amon, your brother's pet. Does he eat people? Ha! Of course not. Your brother's pets are really obedient. How much food does he eat for one meal? Dunno, but I suppose it's a lot. Cheryl swam to Amon's back, after which she climbed up and waved her hand. Yura, come on. Don't you want to try it? Yura did, but she stopped at the sight of the water. Come on. It's fun. To the two girls, it was a carefree time when they did not have to think about the complex adult world. They only had to enjoy themselves as much as possible. Chen Zhao stood up from the recliner. He watched as Yura took her first step of courage. She choked on the water, but at least she was in the lake. Under Cheryl's guidance, Yura slowly learned how to stay afloat. Her posture was nowhere near standard, but she was still thrilled by the new technique. In the past, she could only watch other people swim on television. Watching another person swim before her eyes was already an unlikely wish, let alone swimming herself. Yura swam to Amon's back with much difficulty, but then she jumped in excitement. Cheryl, did you see? Did you? I'm here. I swam here myself. Suddenly, two unfamiliar cars entered the villa. They passed through the winding forest road and stopped before the house. In his slippers, Chen Zhao strolled outside. Just then, a man with sunglasses alighted from one of the cars. He tidied his clothes but ignored Chen Zhao. His bodyguards followed him and lit a cigar for him. The man smoked a mouthful and blew out a smoke ring. He was still not looking at Chen Zhao directly. Where's Yura? I'm here to bring her home. Are you talking to me? Chen Zhao stared at the supercilious man, his face darkening. Is there anyone else here? Nope. The man turned his head, took off his sunglasses and looked at Chen Zhao. From his face, Chen Zhao could tell that he had been having sex too frequently and also doing illegal drugs. It was not weed, but something more harmful. I don't want to waste any time. My time is precious. Where's Yura? Call her out. The man had been acting very arrogantly, especially the way he spoke. Sorry, private territory. Please leave. Chen Zhao did not want to waste time either. The man walked past Chen Zhao directly. It seemed like he no longer wanted to speak with Chen Zhao. Instead, he was going to break in by force and bring Yura away. Chen Zhao was about to stop the man when one of his bodyguards pointed his gun at Chen Zhao's head. I think you still have no idea who I am. I'm Howard Dark. Remember this name, you don't want to mess with me. Fire almost spurted out from Chen Zhao's eyes. Howard Dark blew some smoke at Chen Zhao's face. Are you angry? But this is our difference. I'm rich, so I can do whatever I want. As if it was all reasonable, Howard Dark said, this villa is not bad. Although it's still somewhat shabby, I have to say that it's a luxury for a poor man like you. I demand that you scram out of my territory right now. Even though there was a gun pointed at his head, Chen Zhao did not yield. Howard Dark patted Chen Zhao's cheek. Stupid Chinese, you have yet to understand the situation and your status. Even if I shoot you, I won't be punished. Nobody can punish me. I have enough money to fill the houses of all the judges, juries, court police, and your lawyer. Of course, it won't be that troublesome in reality. My men are very professional. They know how to make a person disappear without any trace. Me too. A dangerous look flashed across Chen Zhao's eyes. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.